I feel for you.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I get fish fillets all the time during Lent, and I like them.
Yeah, there's usually better fish options out there. Anyway, hello everybody. Here is your token. Welcome back to episode 3 of the Balancing Act Parasite Eve. We were just talking about how fish fillets are terrible.
No, I like fish fillets. But yeah, in the long run, yeah, there's better fish sandwiches out there, but they're a nice, good, cheap fish sandwich.
Honestly, usually I think the fish tacos are probably a better idea, usually.
Where?
Anyway, like I was saying before to the audience, I did look ahead because the sewer level is the worst. It's really bad, so I think I figured out how we're gonna get out of this. I've scrawled out some topics to talk about tonight, hopefully, on this old napkin here, so hopefully
hold on.
eventually
First
get
I
to
need
that.
to be knowing where you're getting fish tacos. There was fish tacos at Target, or at McDonald's, not to my knowledge.
No, like Taco Bell, Taco John's, I think have had a couple of decent options.
Oh, I didn't even realize they sold fish tacos. Is it like only during Lent, or?
Yeah, it's around the usual time, so... apparently, how to get out of here, I need to cross that to get to the other side, so I probably just need to get to this panel.
Yeah, growing up, my family had, during Lent, we'd always just, like, if we weren't going to a fish fry on Friday, or if it was, like, lunch,
okay, yeah, it
on a
wasn't
Friday,
easy.
we'd just always hit up McDonald's for fish fillets.
Yeah, I mean, I've had one once. I've never had it just because it's like, I don't know, it's just one of those sandwiches that doesn't look that good, so I never bothered.
Fair enough. They're a Lent staple in my house.
Way to flip the camera angle on me, game. I mean, at least this background looks interesting for once.
We're in a subway.
With jazzy music going. They want this to be the most intense goddamn ride you've ever had on the PlayStation. Okay, so bats and some sort of mole creature?
Okay.
Yeah, we learned this last week while we were fucking around, but this game has a lot... Oh yeah, I forgot about the blindness effect. God.
Yep.
I completely forgot about how shitty these bats were. This game has a pretty extensive goddamn, like, gun system, because I've always spent, like, a long time, like, figuring out the system, and having so many options to deal with. I think the problem that might have sunk this game is that I'm not really gripped by the story so much right now. Like, I think the game's interesting enough. It's just, it's not grabbing me all that much.
I just like the meme on the fact that it's I like to meme on that. Okay, so you're gonna have to wait for it to pop up before you kill.
Oh yeah, I do not have any time to do this.
There we go. So you have to, like, wait for it to be coming out of the ground.
A couple of the topics on my list are basically continuations of things we've already talked about that I kind of wanted to elaborate a little bit more on, so there's probably not going to be a lot of meat left on the bone.
Okay, well, we have the Game Awards too, so...
Yeah, that very bizarre story that came out of it that I didn't really give a shit about because it sounded so stupid.
Is it the one about the kid getting on stage?
Yeah, some kid just, like, somehow got on stage, started saying incoherent nonsense, and then got, like... They say he got arrested, but I guess in America that could mean a bunch of different things.
And he was arrested. At least that's what Jeff What's-His-Dingus said.
Well, I mean, does that mean they just brought him to the station, or is he actually going to be facing charges?
Oh yeah, I have no idea, I guess, in the long haul for that. Might want to heal.
Yeah, this guy has a... How do I get around? How did that only do 10 damage? Do I get, like, a super defense bonus when the game stops giving a shit?
Maybe it's based on what he hit
Whoa,
you
holy
with.
shit.
Like,
I've never seen a
he hit you
centipede
with
have
a
fucking
bomb
electrical
for
powers. Well,
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
so I think running into his lower leg deals 10 damage, but him getting clopped by the big teeth...
Oh, is that the poison effect? What do you mean no target? He's right next to me, game! You fucking idiot.
No, he's dying, I think, or he's doing
What?
some weird thing, I don't know. Oh, he's breaking into 2, or 4.
Hey, he's doing that,
Yes, it is the poison effect, and it's ticking for 36 every single time it ticks.
Okay, so probably should do this first. Because that's gonna be doing a lot of damage pretty quick. Oh, I forgot to write down on my topic list. I wanted to briefly mention, because I managed to finish it last week. I mentioned to you it earlier. Number 6, the TV show I was watching. I'm gonna have to heal next time because I do not have any health anymore. How about after this boss fight, I'll mention it.
Sure.
Seems like staying in the middle is actually helping.
Kind of. You're gonna want to heal, though.
Well, I'll do that next because I'm gonna be taking another 40 in the ass real quick.
Yeah, so
Probably should
they
use
dance
items.
around. They dance around and then they do a little bit of a wiggle before they attack the center. So, like, you can kind of predict when you need to get out to the corners.
God damn it! I thought that would have gotten you. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to get into my stuff and hope that I have an item left. That's not a good sign. I do not have any potions.
Well, you have a little bit of PE you can use to do heal too.
Okay, I got that one. So, okay.
Get to the other. Get to the.
Should I get?
Because yeah, the tail does a circle that hits its half of the arena it's in. You might want to heal again.
Yeah, I think that just in case this guy has more health than I think.
Yeah, he'll dance around, and then now he dance around. Oh, okay, stayed in the far side. There you go.
Okay, I'm gonna go for this. I'm gonna hope that this works out. Fuck you, guy! Eat laser! Hey, it did work.
There you go.
I really wanted that to work. And hey, 2 medicine 3s. And this is all good shit. Which means I need to select it because really should have all that shit.
Get rid of some of the cure items. The cure items probably because you don't need. You need the other cure D.
Yeah, I got a bunch of cure D, I think.
No, because my thought was you could get rid of another cure D to keep the tool. Because tools are used to upgrade. Anyway, now that he's dead, what was the thing you wanted to ask?
No, it wasn't a question. I was just gonna talk about number 6 since I finished it. It was a lot shorter than I thought. I think it was like 11 episodes of a season. And basically, the reason why I wanted to mention it was because I thought that it was going to be a cross between a Bubble City story and a gay romance. And what ended up happening was that I think basically they tried to put both of them together and they didn't have space for either of them, so they basically flubbed both things and it just turned into a mess.
What was it?
Well, the gay romance was definitely not there because they kind of reduced it down to 2 kisses, and one of them, like I said previously, was a ruse for him to try and sneak out without the other one noticing, so it
what show
barely
is this
counts.
again?
It was called Number 6.
Number 6, okay.
Because that's the name of the Bubble City. And then basically what ended up happening with the Bubble City is that they smushed the entire conspiracy into one episode, and it wasn't a 2-part episode, so they just basically flubbed the entire thing.
Gotcha.
Which was really disappointing because inherently I do like the idea of the 1-season TV show.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that, if you have 1 season, that means you can, perfectly craft your story to perfectly fit how many episodes you're getting, and it's they don't really do that, and it's just, more often than not, it seems to be more it just seems to end up being a mess.
This is an anime?
Yeah, this is an anime. You'll find it on Mall.
So yeah, so the reason why I feel like a lot of anime have this problem is because they get that one season, but they also try to stick to the manga, which has more content than one season's worth of content.
Okay, so apparently we gotta go to the museum. Oh, goddamn. Well,
Alright, Red Disc 2.
well, I guess we're gonna be taking a break because I didn't think I needed to download it this quickly. Sorry, everybody, but I should be able to get it relatively quickly.
Well,
Well, of course, I have Devil May
I've
Cry
actually been
Disc 1 and
watching-
2 still.
I've actually been watching anime this week myself. Got back on the anime grind.
It is definitely a grind. I'm gonna switch over my... I'm probably just gonna mute that just because it's not... I'm on display capture right now, and then that's just gonna be a bunch of random windows.
Gotcha. What did I watch this week for anime? I watched
Oh wait, it's not on PlayStation 2.
so I finished Bloom Into You. And then I watched
Parasite.
Sakura Trick, and now I'm currently on
There you are. Okay,
the
download
same way.
Disc 2.
What's the one I'm currently on called? Watched all of Sakura Trick. That was funny.
Yeah, you like
And
your
then-
comedies.
I do. I like my slice of life romance comedies when it comes to anime.
I'm usually
Just
trying
what-
to look for something more serious.
Yeah. Sakura Trick was very much a comedy, like 100%. It's one of those animes I like, where the episodes are very much just like vignettes. So they're like little bit short stories of these characters' lives, like just a day in their life kind of moments. And each one's just a different comedic thing. And then, so like in a given episode, you might, depending on the show, there's a bunch of shows that have this like formula. So depending on the show, some of these shows will have like 3 to 4, like in a single episode of these little tiny short stories that are all like based on these different comedy things. Or this show in particular, Sakura Trek, had every episode was 2. So like the episode was split in half. The first half of the episode was one story, and then the second half was a different story.
Is it like your classic 22-minute deal?
Yeah, and it's like a 20. Yeah, it's like 24-minute show, and then 12 episodes. It's about these two girls. They were best friends in middle school, and then they go to high school for the first time, so they're freshmen in high school, and
They get
so the
dumped
first-
on consistently by the universe.
No, they're both kind of dumb. They're like not the brightest duo. But like in the first episode, what ends up happening is they the one kind of gets jealous because they make new friends, and like it kind of feels like we're supposed to be the bestest of friends, right? And so they end up in like a classroom, like in a classroom that's not being used anymore together.
Okay.
And the one's like, well, what if we had something that like is literally only between us? And then like a couple suggestions get thrown out. I don't remember what they are, but eventually becomes like, what if we kiss?
Really?
And so the two girls, yeah, oh yeah. It's a Yuri comedy. Like the entirety of the show is a Yuri comedy. And so you essentially have these two bumbling idiots who are incredibly just absolutely madly horny or in love with each other, and that's like half the bits are just like them wanting to be alone but not alone, or one of them wants something but can't like directly say it because other people are around, but like so they end up kissing, and like so now their friendship is a bit more than like the friendship with everybody else.
Oh, definitely.
And then
Jeez.
and yeah, there's a lot of silly moments. There's like there's essentially like the main antagonist of the show is like one of the girl's older sisters.
Okay, change disc from file.
Her older sister ends up like walking in on them at one day and like catching them, but they like managed to like spin a line of whatever it was to like kind of get her off their like she doesn't kind of get her off her trail.
That's not good. It just yelled at me. will it do that? Okay, thank God we're back in the game.
Oh yeah, so like.
Hello, everybody. We're back. Disc 2 time.
Stop! I'm telling them about a Yuri comedy I was watching. So yeah, the girls end up having to like hide it from the sister, and then the sister's always like, I don't know, Scooby-Doo style, like trying to like catch them or like trying to figure out what's going on, and then like it's flustered because like she ends up thinking a little too hard on it. There's a treasure chest next to us. But it's pretty funny.
Let's change some shit.
We have Club 3 now. Oh, we should use those offense and defense items. That'd free up some spots. Throw Curie D in there. We have a million of them.
Oh, hell yeah. But yeah, you're right. We should definitely use as much as we can get.
Because remember, now we learned that we can transfer these pluses to other items. So whenever we get a new item, we should immediately, that we're going to prioritize over our current item, we should immediately transfer everything over.
Just dump it in. Doesn't matter, just throw the numbers on the numbers.
Yeah.
Hello, Mole. You're definitely back for more, aren't you? Yeah, that was my fault. I shouldn't have,
Stood so close to him when you have a gun with really good range. Like you're doing right now.
Oh yeah, we have that ability of the automatic usage.
So, when he pops up, don't stand next to him, because your gun has way enough range.
Oh man, it's gonna be forever until we level up again.
But yeah, that's, and then the anime I'm watching is about a hot spring, like inn that is ran by these. I guess they're like kitsune or something. They just call themselves foxes, but they're like fox people, and they.
Yeah, that's what a kitsune is.
It's very clearly like the spirit world, and there's like.
Oh, that's a save phone. Might as well do it. Also, there's a treasure box.
I forget the name of it though. Like I forget the exact name of it, but essentially what ends up happening is like every episode they have a different like person staying at the inn, and it affects like what's going on for them differently. And there's some really good episodes because of how they do the story with like whenever they're a real human being staying there, it's because like either they're dead or they're in a coma or they're having a near-death
I think this
experience.
is how I got to the other place first, so I'll just be going in a big circle. I'm just trying to get out of like get back to like the world map so we can get to the museum. Because like I'm stuck in the subway and I'm not really sure why.
If you go up and then try to go out.
If I go back to that bridge, I might have a chance of getting out.
No, go out. Try to go out here, like.
Well, what do you mean like, go out here? Like which way?
The south, like towards the bottom of the screen, but like stay on the concrete.
Oh, okay.
And if that lets you transition screen, there we go.
Oh yeah, because you think there'd be a platform.
Yeah, because my guess is you can get out through the platform. There's also a treasure chest in there you missed, but.
Well, that's the world map music, so unless there's a... Oh, I can just get back into the subway. That's really convenient. So yeah, we're halfway through the game now, and on episode 3, so... Probably should just be max of, like 5 parts before we get to the sequel?
Probably.
So should we move on to... couple of things I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Did you want to talk about people demanding female character representations, or do you want to talk about Pico more first?
I don't think we need to talk about Pico more.
Well, I wanted to add because I don't think I mentioned it. Well, I don't think
the Cure D.
Okay. Oh, CR evade. Well, basically, because I was thinking about it today, and I was thinking I think that a better way to explain what I was trying to get on about that I didn't think I talked about. It was the at the time. Okay, we're going to the museum. Was basically like, I just felt really disappointed in the potential of Peko, which was kind of why I soured on her a lot more than I thought I would have.
Oh yeah.
I thought it would have been a better way to explain why she ended up being like, I think mid-tier, like probably on the bottom half, is like number.
I don't remember exactly where she was. But...
number 8 or number 9, but I think that'd probably be. I just wanted to add that.
Gotcha.
Because I think at the time it was like very rambly, and I didn't really get across what I was getting on about.
Could have. I don't fully remember all of it, but. Is that all for the Peko stuff? And then what's this about female characters?
Oh god, what did I want to mention about that?
Well, I don't remember us really talking at length about that before. I mean,
no,
I think we might have touched it a little bit, but
I don't think we mentioned it before. But I kept mentioning over like a few times that I consider it kind of nuts for people to like demand of AAA, like we need these particular character types added to major games because we don't get enough of them. And I definitely heard a very good point of why, just beyond like, blah blah blah, it's tokenism, and that's. But the other reason what I wanted to mention was it's probably not the best idea, because then you're demanding, you're demanding a particular studio and a particular team to create something that might not be in their wheelhouse, and it might not be a part of their vision at all. So that just seems kind of ridiculous to me when people are like, oh, we need this in these games, we need these because representation is so important. It's like, yeah, but they don't know how to write those stories or those characters. So for someone who's never even possibly never even sat out to do something like that, do you really want them producing the representation that you're looking for? Because it seems to me like it'd just be a very good way of getting the representation, and then it's just really bad.
There's 2 treasure chests. I guess, so here's my thoughts on that. One, at least personally, I've never noticed a specific call for
It's a 3-shot
for any
pistol
specific
thingy.
studio to. I've never seen any like call for a specific studio to do like. I guess that I've never noticed that, or I've never seen that.
Well, I think it's just like the like screeds for like AAA in general needs to do it.
Well, but then I think the call is more valid, because you're not calling for a specific team to do it. You're just saying in general we need more representation.
Well, yeah, but eventually you're gonna have to
fine.
You're gonna have to yell at somebody to do it. Like if you're just gonna yell into the ether, then it's not gonna do anything.
Right, but then you have things like, okay, we're just saying in general there needs to be more. So then what the goal is like, okay, X group wants to make a new IP, or wants to explore a different character, or make like a new leading character, or like a new secondary leading character, and then now they should think to themselves like, well, what group doesn't have a character yet, kind of in like our wheelhouse? And so it's like, well, we don't have a lot of female characters, or we don't have a whole lot of characters of color, and it's like, okay, well, we should try to write those. And then when it comes to writing those, it's like, well, okay, our team doesn't have a whole lot of experience in that, but like, hey, maybe because we're hiring for this new project, maybe we can try to hire someone who has that kind of stuff built into their skill set, right? And things like that. So like, it's also part of the reason why having a
I think I accidentally used my. I don't know what the fuck just happened. I just picked up a grenade launcher on accident, and now I'm just shooting it at fuckers. And now they're exploding into ice.
Yeah, I don't know. But like, that's my thought. Is like, one, that's a good reason of why you should have a diverse team, because like you'll have in those scenarios where you want to explore a new character dynamic, you'll have it. That's one part. Because if you have people on your team that are, queer or people of color or just women, you'll have, more voices for those kind of things. And yeah, you'll have more of a well-rounded ability to write more different kinds of casts.
Well, I guess when you put it like that, it definitely sounds more reasonable because, like, honestly, this is still coming from a podcast that I really appreciate because the problem with this podcast is, like, trying to apply it to now. This podcast is now 18 years old. I mean, 8 years old. I don't know why I said 18.
Yeah, and that could be effective. I don't know when the specific episode you're talking about that talked about this is 18 years old.
I think it was like a year or like literally the year like after Gamergate. So it was when the screening was probably at one of its most loudest points.
Right, and it's also when one group was trying their hardest to make the other group sound as unreasonable as possible, when in reality they weren't being as unreasonable as some people like to make it out to be.
Well, I mean, if you want to boil it down there, like, both sides of the SJW argument at the time definitely had their fair share of unreasonable ridiculousness.
Right, but one side didn't get their people, like, literal death threats sent to their
I
houses.
don't know, man. I would probably say there's probably both of that happening because they got into shit.
I have never heard any of the right wing, boys getting, doxxed or like death threats to the point where they had to leave their house. Like, I don't think I've ever heard about any of that during the height of the Gamergate stuff, but that definitely had happened to several women. So,
well, I don't know if the victims would specifically be counted in the teams of SJW and anti-SJW.
I mean, there certainly were voices in the discussion. That's how they ended up being targeted in the first place.
I mean, it's kind of hard for me to sympathize if you're boning up for a side.
I mean, I'm just saying one side was a little more cruel with their tactics than the others. That's what I think I'm getting at. But that's not the main point I want to talk about anyway.
No, that's kind of the entire point. It's like, yeah, both sides had idiots on them. Like, that's kind of the gist I was getting to.
Right. I'm just trying to say that I don't think all idiots are made equal, and I do think some of the idiots on one side were, like, egregiously worse. But that's more of the doxing and harassment elements of it, and not the actual talk of the representation, so...
I don't know... Okay, 7?
A lot?
I think that's 9? Or are they not counting bugs is the question. What was the point of that? I could have gotten that literally anywhere.
No idea.
Here's 15 bullets for answering her dumbass question. Well, I guess we kind of addressed what I wanted to address, and I think we put a good capper on it this time.
I mean, yeah.
Because we don't need to argue the SJW thing, I don't think, anymore.
No, I mean, the conversation I'd rather have is about the representation and not about the people arguing about the representation. But that's because I'm very pro the representation, because I do believe there is a large, like, gap in the voices.
Hey, look at that.
There's none.
I got the full heal item as a parasite power.
Yeah. That's not to say that there are no representation. I mean, even back then we had some female characters, and, good female characters at that, not female characters that were solely there to be,
eye candy.
Yeah. I was trying to think of male gaze. I was trying to think of the phrase male gaze, but yeah, you hit it the nail on the head when you said eye candy. So, like, yeah, for example, the main character in this game, to my knowledge, seems to be a character of good agency, and, like, a well-written female character as far as games back in this time would have been concerned.
I found a giant scorpion.
Yeah. But, like, I was gonna say, one of the things definitely would have been, that to this day, like,
Okay, that's some bullshit game. I don't know this.
Self-conducted photosynthesis, maybe?
The museum
Otherwise,
says
it's gonna
no.
be then I'm gonna guess the second one, the nitrogen.
Oh, the ocean. Really? It's the nitrogen?
I knew it wasn't gonna be oxygen first because we don't have plants. We don't have a way of getting oxygen.
Well, what did that do? Do I have to answer more questions?
I don't know. Does one of the answers make the scorpion not move?
I was wondering if I could do a saved state quick.
Yeah, we can do that.
Because I kind of want to try what happens if I run into the scorpion.
You fight it.
Okay, fair enough. If it starts doing like 200 damage, then that'll probably be good enough to, not fight it. Okay, 24 ain't too bad. I think I should switch guns, because I don't think this thing is doing all that good.
Well, I think what we need to do is we need to go back to the
old machine gun.
We have to go back
Whoa.
to the police station. That's poisons. We need to go back to the police station and
Ow!
Okay, so getting hit by the tip does an ass load of damage. Get hit by the tip of the tail.
Okay, so, like, get up close to him.
Get closer, yeah.
Maybe my laser power would be more effective.
You might want to look into the one that removes the specific debuff. Might be cheaper on the amount it costs, by the way. Like the one that gets rid of poison might be cheaper to use than the one that's the full heal.
God, avoiding that is such a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it is.
Holy shit,
wonky
medic
'cause
costs a lot.
That's exactly why I was like, maybe we should look into using detox when we need to get rid of poison rather than.
I did not think it
'cause
would be that
detox
bad.
takes like very little. I was gonna say, well, medic gets rid of everything that's on you. So if you have like 3 things that are on you at the same time, it gets rid of everything at once. If you have multiple,
Holy
debuffs,
shit,
it
that
gets
was
rid of all
really
of them.
easy.
Well, yeah. I was gonna say, we have a lot more female characters now. I'll definitely say that. I feel like that's the area where we grew the quickest.
I think at this point we probably just have more characters in general, just because there's never been as many games being made as there have been now.
That's also true to some extent, but like, I feel like, personally, I feel like I still don't see too many like leading characters of color. Like that's a very small.
God, I cannot. Yeah, I can't think of
not
any.
off the top of my head think of like any major characters other than like Miles Morales in one of the newest Spider-Man games. Like he plays Miles Morales.
Yeah, but
That's
would
the
you
only one I can think
would you really count that, since that's an adaptation of something else?
of. See, that is also a thought with that I have, yeah. Where I'm like, gosh, I don't even know how much he counts.
But
like,
then again, do we
characters of
really want to
color-
get into like the definitions of what's going to be considered true representation?
I mean, I don't know if I'm qualified to even answer that 100% when it comes to characters of color, just because I don't know what it's like to have that experience.
Well, it doesn't need to be objective. We could just, say what it means to us.
I guess.
I guess a better way might be calling it like cheap representation instead of like true representation, because it definitely feels cheap because it's not a unique character.
I'll definitely say that, and then or when a character falls under like a heavy stereotype, like Grand Theft Auto, like another game, like the most recent Grand Theft Auto, like one of the lead characters is a black guy, but he's like the stereotypical like off the streets gangster. So I'm like, I don't know how much he counts as true
and that's
representation because it's kind of that stereotype.
And that's probably a good example of if you're gonna yell at anybody about doing representation, don't yell at the fucking Rockstar guys, because they're gonna do a terrible fucking job with it.
Probably, yeah.
Don't screed at them. Even if you get what you want, you're not gonna like it.
At the end of the day, I'm not gonna consider Franklin like the worst character, like the most like an egregious offense or anything, because like.
Well, it's
everybody in that franchise is kind of like a horrible person. So
yeah,
like,
it fits the series that he's in.
Right. But like when more representation, I don't think Franklin's necessarily what people are looking for. I'm thinking, yeah, more like the heroes and stuff. But like, yeah, other than I'm literally trying to think now of like leading characters of color in a video game.
No, I'm trying to think too, and I am maybe the
Franklin.
I think
to some extent we have Barrett.
Well,
like,
what about?
He's not the leading character. Cloud's the leading character.
Wasn't the protagonist?
Kind
Wasn't the protagonist of Mafia 3 a black guy in like the 60s Louisiana?
Maybe.
I mean, I know that game's like basically 30 million years old at this point.
I don't know. I can't think for certain. Like, maybe. But yeah.
I think
that's probably, like, weirdly enough, one of the lowest things. And then, like...
Here's the room of giant heads, because every museum needs this.
And then, like, there's not necessarily, like... I totally understand, to some extent, that, like, this next group I'm gonna bring up, like, just by the numbers, necessarily gonna need to be, like...
Can I go inside this head?
It looks like you might, but...
No, I think it was just the backgrounds doing weird things.
The next thing I thought of was, like, there isn't a whole lot of queer representation, and when I say that, I mean... And I think I brought this up last time, or, like, a couple times ago. I talked about the difference between having a queer character versus having queer as an option.
And we also talked about the difference between, like, quote-unquote true queerness and protagonist sexual.
Yeah, because the queer is the option is the protagonist sexual, yeah, because that's what I think I called it that day, was protagonist sexual. So that's like where, you know, your average player might not even realize it's an option because they like just it doesn't come up in the museum. It might not even come up in their game. Versus like a character like The Last of Us 2, where like
the one example.
Like essentially, yeah, like the one example.
What the fuck, Gabe? Are you kidding me? No, in order to solve this puzzle, you need to go in this room and then leave this room.
And then go back in the room because some loud noise happened, and it might have happened in that room.
Fuck you, game. That was a dick move, and you know it. But whatever. Apparently, I accidentally solved the puzzle.
Okay, so there's a bunch of extra rock now, but...
Yeah, what? Okay, I have to fight rock bugs?
We'll talk about it.
Okay. This is very odd. This kind of reminds me of Metroid Prime in a little bit of a way.
But yeah, yeah, because yeah, Last of Us was kind of the only non-indie game I can think of. Last of Us Part 2.
Well, we did our part. We played that, Gone Home de-restered game during last Valentine's Day.
Yeah, we did. Now, given in that game, we weren't playing as a gay person, but the story is very much around the gay person.
Yeah, we were just protagonist guy.
We were just the younger sister. No, the older sister. Because we come home. The plot of the game is we were off running around Europe, and we come home from our Europe trip. Expecting to find our family, but they're all gone. And then as we explore the house, we find out why. And so as we explore the house, we essentially find out we like find the story of what's going on with our sister over the past like year while we've been gone.
So, yeah, we did. We did our part, Internet. What are you doing to help out?
I mean, I'm gonna flat out state right now that there will be more stuff from me in particular on my weeks where we'll end up playing stuff. Because I do want to play Hades, and I do think Hades is a really good example. Because
okay,
Hades,
so
like...
I fought the bugs. And there's just rocks everywhere.
I don't know, try to interact with...
I mean, I'm looking for a key, and I don't know where to fucking start.
I guess we just continue walking around. Where haven't we been? Have we been everywhere that we can go?
Well, there's upstairs, and there's also this... I really hate the goddamn treasure chests in this game. Like, they're so nondescript that I keep missing them.
Gotcha.
They keep just blending into the fucking background. The mitochondria creates ATP, and adenosine triphosphate within the cell. How much energy does that... That's a lot.
I don't know.
It's probably gonna be something ridiculous, like 200,000. What the fuck? Game, you're lying to me.
I don't know about the science of this game, but yeah. So like, 'cause I plan on having us play Hades, and in Hades there's Thanatos, and like, well, like I think there's like a romance route thing you can do in that game where you don't necessarily have to pick Thanatos. I believe in order to get the like true ending or like the perfect ending of the game, you do have to go down everybody's route. So like the romanceable characters, their route is the romance route. So like you do have to go through that Thanos' route to get to the like true ending. So there's that element of it. And then two, while you don't have to go through his route to like essentially beat the game, you do have to in the Thanatos route, you do have to...
Oh, I'm guessing this is what...
Fell.
Someone broke something and it crashed.
And maybe it unblocked that door over there?
Yeah, if I could stop running into the fucking exhibit long enough to get in there.
But yeah, and then when you first meet Thanatos, even if you choose not to...
Oh, getting on the roof. That sounds like a brilliant idea. Nothing bad in video games has ever happened on the roof.
Alright, do you want to go? We're going up then. Even if you choose not to, like romance Thanatos or like talk to Thanatos much, you still have to meet him at some point in the game. Like that's inevitably going to happen. And so dialogue between him and Zagreus is going to happen, and there's an implied former relationship with them where they like,
you left me behind and now I don't know, just talking to you now. How dare you?
I mean,
I was your best friend.
It's kind of like that. Like, not kidding you, because the whole plot of Hades is that you, the player character Zagreus, are trying to get the fuck out of hell, or the underworld. And so Thanatos can show up as like a random event while you're trying to flee. And the first time he shows up in one of those random events while you're trying to flee, he essentially does this thing where he's like, oh wow, really? You leaving without saying goodbye? Like with all of our history and like all the nights we shared? Like it's something like that. Like where he says that to Zagreus, where he's kind of like upset that like, sure, we might not necessarily be together now, but there's that emotional history.
What could it possibly mean?
Say goodbye, and then yeah, to certain gamers, I'm sure their denseness has caused them to have the response of, what does that mean? What? I don't get it. But everybody else is like, they were gay.
Well,
because it's ancient Greece, and everybody.
Yeah, it was ancient Greece. That's fair. But I mean, you're at some point, if you want to go there, you're gonna have to say it.
You're right. I don't remember exactly how much they like say of it before you like start going down the route. So
oh, I forgot. God damn it! Another question. I want to answer the stupid question. I hate these questions.
Try to get our ammo. I think that's all they do. Is if we get it right on the first try, we get more ammo. If we get it right on the second try, we get less
Canon
ammo.
Wilson
and then
released
if we get
a
it right
theory
on the third
stating
try,
that humans were derived from mitochondria. What? I kind of want to say an African female because, like, didn't all of humanity start in Africa?
Yeah, we can go with an African female. I have no idea. I don't remember.
Oh my god,
exactly.
I did it. I randomly know things.
We should go back to the police station sometime and like empty our pockets of key items we don't need and like guns we don't need, because I think we're carrying like 2 million guns right now.
This game's random encounters are just busting my knot balls. And now I gotta fight frogs.
Is that what they are? To me, they're like chameleons.
So, do you think Resident Evil would have been livened up by turn-based combat?
No.
Let's just imagine Chris Redfield here kicking all the ass.
I'm gonna choose maybe Claire instead. I don't know. Otherwise, Jill. You can always just go with Jill. Jill's my favorite anyway.
Jill's the best.
She's my favorite of the Resident Evil characters. Most people love Leon the most.
She was definitely probably the best part of Resident Evil 3, which was amazing.
I think Resident Evil 3 is fine. Like, I'm not gonna call it the greatest game ever made, but I'm not gonna call it garbage.
Oh, it's definitely not the greatest game ever made, but it probably has some of the greatest Resident Evil stuff in it.
That's fair. I just know a lot of people don't like Resident Evil 3 or don't like certain things with Resident Evil 3. So, like, my immediate reaction is like, well, you know, it's a great game still. Like, it's still fun.
Like, that was what I was hearing when I started hearing, like, smaller things about the remake was what I started getting disappointed about, because I think the one thing they ended up cutting was the multiple choices during cutscenes was a thing they decided to cut, and I was like, oh, but that was so fun.
Yeah, I don't recall any multiple choice stuff in.
Am I fighting a pterodactyl now? Or a giant
looks
bat?
Like it. No, looks like pterodactyl.
I'm gonna kill it with my service revolver. Hey, look, we're playing, God damn it, I was gonna make the joke and I fucked it up.
Dino Crisis?
Yes.
That's the joke you're gonna make, is we're playing Dino Crisis now?
See, we can get Dino Crisis on this channel, here it is.
I mean, we should eventually maybe play Dino Crisis, because I've never played Dino Crisis.
Well, it is the other series that I mentioned besides Parasite Eve, where it's like everybody's hidden gem, but no one ever bothers to play it.
That's fair. I just can't believe Capcom's making a game where you fight dinosaurs, and, like, to my knowledge, as of right now, there aren't characters from fucking...
That does sound really dumb. Like, come on, Capcom.
Baby.
You got the perfect opportunity right there, and you're not taking it.
Detox is so cheap, maybe getting rid of the Cure P. Detox is a very cheap ability of ours. But yeah, cause yeah, Capcom's making that new multiplayer game where you have the different mech suits and I think there's a character that looks kind of like the Dino Crisis chick, but like, and people like thought it was going to be her, but then like we got the name of the character in the new game and it's not the same name. I forget. I'm trying to remember. Is it Regina or just like Gina, or like what's the name of the girl from Dino Crisis? Do you know off the top of your head?
No, never. I've never known that information.
Okay, I have known that information at one point in time. I think it's Regina, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna look it up. Dino Crisis.
Wikipedia, your source for every piece of bullshit that you ever needed.
Basically, Dino Crisis is a survival horror action adventure series created by Shinji Miyake, published by Capcom, blah blah. The plot focuses on an outbreak of deadly dinosaurs. Closed environment.
Well, it has to be closed environment. How are you gonna impale them on, I don't know, dinosaur spikes?
All right. Dino Crisis takes place on a fictional location known as Ibis Island in the year 2009. So it came out.
Really?
Came out in 1999.
2009.
Yeah, it came out in 1999 and it takes place in 2009. The secret Operation Raid Team, otherwise known as SORT, has sent an agent, Tom, to investigate the research facility. During the recon mission, he learns that Dr. Edward Kirk,
this is a woman
a world-renowned
called
scientist. No, we'll get to it. There's more names here. A world-renowned scientist who was reported dead 3 years ago is leading a secret weapons project within the facility. The SORT sends.
Oh, that's really nice.
SORT sends 4 agents: Regina, Gale, Rick, and Cooper, to acquire Kurt and return him to custody. The team arrives on the island under the cover of darkness, dropping via parachute. Cooper is blown off course and lands in the jungle away from the others. Lost in the dark, he is chased down by a Tyrannosaurus Rex and eaten. The other 3 agents, unaware of his death, proceed with the mission. So my guess is maybe you play as Tom for part of it, but I know the main character is Regina.
It's kind of a shame this enemy wasn't a unique thing to kill, but whatever.
Oh, the pterodactyl isn't a unique thing?
No, he's back for round 2, kicking us with his bird feet.
Yeah, Dino Crisis. Okay, so here's the story follows Regina, a special operatives agent sent with a team to investigate a secluded island research facility. Finding the place overrun by dinosaurs, Regina must fight her way through the facility to discover its secrets and ultimately escape alive with her team. So you do play as Regina in the Dino Crisis series.
Can I get on the roof?
Doesn't
No,
look
they
like
did
it.
not put an interaction there, so that's not gonna happen. This game is just super goddamn terrible about interactables.
Yeah. Okay, so we're locked in here now.
With something that broke open the window. No, I want the treasure first.
Right.
God damn, you're always complaining about your pockets being full of nonsense.
Just ready to get rid of the medicine 2 or the...
Well, at least we got some new armor that we could probably slot into all the numbers.
Yeah, well, what eventually will have to happen is we'll have to go back to base and then
Yeah,
like,
jump out the
transfer all of
window.
our
That's a
pluses.
brilliant idea.
We'll have to look at the base numbers for everything and then transfer all of our pluses to something good.
Okay, so I should probably save state because they might actually do that.
You're right, that was essentially my thought when she's like, if I slip, I'm a goner. It's like, okay, there might be an option where we fall here.
I think I just went back through the window.
That you did.
Okay, I'll try going the other direction.
But yeah, how many Dino Crisis games did they make? 4? 5? 4?
It's either 3 or 4. I don't know if they put a spin-off on it.
There are 6 games.
6, really?
Yeah, so there's Dino Crisis 2, Dino Stalker, which is a light gun shooter and a third installment in the Gun Survivor series by Capcom, and contains characters from Dino Crisis 2.
Okay, I don't know how this is gonna work, but fuck it. Okay, apparently she's a gymnast. Either that or it's all that
Crazy.
mitochondria in her butt.
Okay, so Dino Stalker is a spin-off game. And then there's Dino Crisis Dungeon and Chaos,
Dungeon and
Which is-
Chaos.
which is a first-person shooter mobile game
Ugh.
published by the now-defunct Mobile Capcom in 2003.
Capcom Mobile? Really?
Well, what surprises me is that they were making mobile games in 2003.
No,
This is a
there
very-
were mobile
very
games
early.
going on then, but...
Very early mobile game.
Yeah, but they probably look like cheese.
Yeah.
But they definitely
But-
existed.
That's Dino Crisis Dungeon and Chaos. Then we have Dino Crisis 3.
I would imagine that game probably looked like Minesweeper or something.
Yeah, so Dino Crisis 1, 2, and 3 are the only, like, main series games, and there's 2 spin-offs. One's a mobile game, the other one's,
The other one's I think you said like Gun Survivor, so it's like an on-rail shooter.
yeah, it says it's a light gun shooter, in the third installment of the Gun Survivor series by Capcom, so...
I'm gonna swap out that medicine for better medicine.
I like the fact that there's a section on the Wikipedia that says, for several years, fans have been asking for a new installment in the Dino Crisis series. In 2014, rumors circulating that Capcom had begun
up.
development in Dino Crisis 4. Producer was interested in working with Capcom on the revival. Some guy was... Oh, the producer of Monster Hunter Online was interested in working with Capcom on a revival of the Dino Crisis series. This other person stated... It would certainly be nice to get Dino Crisis Revival, and Capcom could potentially start by remastering the original game, which would fall in line nicely with the current strategy when it comes to remasters.
I mean, that's definitely something we discussed about the whole, like, you know, remasters being considered like new investment for a long dead series, and it's like, I don't think so. I think like new investment is gonna be a new game or nothing.
Right. Well, so I think we're past it now, but back during the Capcom Dark Age, there was such a thing as the Capcom Test. Like, this is a thing we knew they did, which is where they would do things like re-release a game, and then if the re-release didn't sell well, it would doom the series.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Which is what happened with Darkstalkers. So Darkstalkers Resurrection was a game that came out that was like a remaster that came out not that long, if I recall, after like another like digital release, like an online, not like a remaster, but like you could get it in like the the PlayStation Store or something on a newer console. So it's like,
Oh, so they just
But it was-
ported it.
yeah, so it was like there was like a port that you could get, and then like it wasn't that long after like only had been like a couple years since that port that they made like a collection of game essentially. But like we do know based on like former employees speaking and stuff to people that Darkstalkers Resurrection was indeed a Capcom test, where Capcom was testing the waters to see if there was interest for a new Darkstalkers game by seeing how well a collection of the games would sell when, like, at this point everybody had at least a version of the game. And so, like, it isn't a good way to engage whether or not people want it, because you're essentially asking, hey, people who already own Darkstalkers, are you willing to buy Darkstalkers again? To prove to us that you're willing to buy a new Darkstalkers? And it's like,
Yeah, that's probably the scummiest thing you could do with a frickin' publisher, is doing that.
it was the Capcom Dark Ages. We are now past I'll knock on wood.
You always have to
But it
knock
seems-
on wood, but it seems like, I would agree with you, it seems like they're heading in the right direction currently, which is
Yeah,
the best I'm gonna give companies on any day.
right.
Like,
so Capcom, everything
even
Capcom's been doing lately has been pretty successful, and like a lot of it has been what fans want, things like that across most of their series.
I think that they're gonna do pretty well with the I don't know what you'd call it at this point, the Resident Evil 4 remaster remake.
Oh, even the one that I've already spent $200 on?
Yeah, well, you know, that pewter isn't gonna pay for itself.
I bought the sexy edition that comes with the statue of Leon. I'm so excited. I get a dope ass statue of Leon. And like I get like the collector's art book. It's gonna be so good. I'm so excited.
Although conversely, if Capcom manages to somehow fuck this up, it's gonna make them look probably like the biggest idiots on the planet.
Right. I'm not necessarily gonna claim it's gonna be the greatest remaster ever. I do think it's gonna be a success.
Well, it doesn't need to be the greatest thing ever. It's just like, just don't fuck it up.
Yeah. So I don't think they're gonna fuck it up. I think the game will be good. Street Fighter, the thing they were fucking up for the longest time, even once they weren't fucking up everything anymore, because there was during the Capcom Dark Ages, Capcom was fucking up everything, right? That was the thing that was going on. Everything Capcom make was garbage, right?
Definitely a lot of high-profile failures.
Yeah, we all know it. We all hate it. We're all really disappointed in it if we're Capcom fans like I am. Like, I really like Capcom's franchises.
It probably would
suck to know that there's a chapter of games where, like, no matter which game of Capcom's you're playing, it's gonna be for the most part a bad time. There's some franchises that made it with less damage than others.
Yeah. Well, just because they weren't so prolific, that meant that Capcom didn't have as many opportunities to fuck them up.
Right.
But
Devil May Cry, I think, only has one game that comes from the Capcom Dark Ages. It's the Dante game. It's the Devil May Cry.
Yeah, it's the weird reboot, because they rebooted it and then they didn't do anything with it afterwards, which was very weird.
Yeah. That came out. The Street Fighter the fighting games hurt like a lot during that, and like that was the problem. Is like as we were getting out of the Capcom Dark Ages and Capcom started doing good things, their fighting games still felt like they were in the Dark Ages, which like for me specifically hurt a lot, because you have like Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, which came out like in 2018. Like Monster Hunter World was like out. Like they had good ass games that were like getting huge recognition that were out, and that game still got made the way it did. And like,
ow!
Part of it, to my knowledge, for everything I know about how the Capcom Dark Ages happened and how we got out of them, essentially there was like a bunch of bigwigs that were making really bad decisions, and over time they eventually like retired or left.
Yeah, they started getting replaced by people like Igarashi and I don't know if whatever that guy, his name is like Samuya or whatever, the Resident Evil guy, Mayakuzi.
Yeah, I don't remember all their names.
But I'd imagine probably the
recognize
creators
faces
started
more
getting the
often than
reins
names.
back.
Yeah, some of that, or with some of the series, what it was it got passed to like younger people, and you can see that the love for the franchises in these younger people. So like Street Fighter specifically, so Ono was responsible for us getting Street Fighter back. Like we Street Fighter wouldn't have existed today if Street Fighter 4 didn't get created by Ono and like he did push for it. So like God bless Ono for that. But Ono's also responsible for a lot of the problems with Street Fighter Cross Tekken and Street Fighter 5. So like they're like, you know, times changed and like, well, God bless Ono. When Ono left, there was a lot of people who were glad Ono was stepping down from Capcom. And we were getting the new guys. Get rid of the medicine too.
I still have a medicine too. What the fuck?
Yeah, I was gonna say you might as well just get rid of the medicine too. But like, because like the new Capcom guys, like you can see that the new Street Fighter, like the two guys that lead up Street Fighter now, and they're like the guys who do all the interviews and stuff for Street Fighter. You can see that these guys love Street Fighter. Like they know the history of Street Fighter. They played it when they were growing up. Like they love Street Fighter, and like they have passion for the characters and stuff. So like, you know, they want to do it justice, and that like part of why
I don't know what I'm doing. Let's smash all the buttons.
Part of the reason why I think Street Fighter 6 is going to be a success, I'll knock on wood, but it is right now. Second beta test is going out, and it's still one of the hypest. Like everybody's competing super hard to get into that beta. Like the second beta just started yesterday.
So Eve's turned into a giant spider.
Right.
That's not cool.
Do we know where she was? Did it like label where she was?
No, I think it just showed us a cam. I think it'll be nearby. I don't think we're gonna have to wait too long.
Gotcha. But yeah, so like Street Fighter 6 is looking to be a great game. I'm excited for my Resident Evil 4 remake that I pre-ordered.
What? Wait, what just happened?
Well,
we ran into a cutscene.
We weren't gonna wait long because the opera singing means one thing. It means Eve.
I have transformed this dinosaur to attack you for no reason.
Oh my god, that's gonna be so cool if that's what happens.
I have made this dinosaur out of jello.
That's totally what's gonna happen. Is the fucking slime is gonna wrap itself around the T-Rex skeleton.
Oh, this is gonna be so dumb.
This is gonna be so cool. And dumb, but cool.
I love that they modeled it. Like, this is great. Look, it's alive. Wait, but it's not covered in jello.
Not yet. It's starting to get covered in jello.
Ew. This kind of reminds me, the thing that I've been watching the past few weeks is I've been catching up on Courage the Dog, the TV show.
Oh yeah, from when we were kids. I never liked that show when I was a kid.
Oh really? That's what tipped you off, Aya, that she's insane. The dinosaur skeleton. That was the one thing you needed to know, not the carriage ride with the flaming horse.
Or the melting an entire amphitheater crowd into goo.
She did start out looking like a good person. You remember when we fought her, like, literally, like, 3 minutes into the game?
Remember, like, all the times we fought her at this point in the game? We fought her, like, 4 times now.
Yeah, we've had a big history with this character we don't know anything about, who's apparently our twin sister.
Right.
Oh yeah, I was gonna mention, Igarashi probably deserves as much, kudos as Kojima as a game director, because that guy was the guy who was the crazy glue holding the Castlevania series together for a long fucking time. And considering how much whack-ass nonsense Castlevania was trying to pull over the years, it is really staggering how his leadership managed to hold that team together. But now he's moved on to greener pastures, and good for him, because I think he's really dedicated to the craft. And he probably still knows what he's doing.
Hot take, and this is mostly because you mentioned Kojima's name for a hot second. Hot take of the week, I don't like it, like anything new that Kojima.
Yeah, he doesn't have I don't know.
I know
He
some
doesn't
people,
have the rec.
I know some people think the gameplay of or some people really like whatever the hell the Strand type games.
Oh yeah,
or
Death
whatever the fuck.
Stranding. It's very oddball, very weird.
Everything I've seen about Death Stranding makes me not want to play it.
Yeah, I don't want to play it either, but apparently there's more to it than what it looks like.
It looks like a bunch of walking.
Yes. But I've heard some decent things about it, so I wouldn't. I don't know. I'd probably be willing to give a look at it, like, in a long time to see what all the fuss was about, but...
Well, they're making a second one that got announced at the Game Awards.
Really?
Oh, we got Death Stranding 2 is coming out.
I would not think that would be one you want to stick to long term. That seemed more like just a weird thing, a weird one-shot he would do.
Nope, we're getting Death Stranding 2. In fact, I think this week they announced the Death Stranding. They're gonna do like a Netflix adaptation or something too.
Really?
Yep.
Well, I guess it already looks like a TV show.
I mean, literally, the main character of the game is played by an actual actor.
Well, a lot of video game characters are played by actors.
Well, I mean, like, the character's model is, like, designed after the actor who plays them. So, like...
He is literally Norman Reedus.
Yeah, he is literally Norman Reedus. So, yeah. So,
It's
like,
just like...
no, they very easily could do the Death Stranding. Like, that's the thing, like, I think Death Stranding might work better as a TV show, like, knowing what I know about it, because, like, you'll cut back on the walking. And,
Oh
like,
yeah,
just
you're
the,
right.
like, boring
It
walking.
might actually work better.
It might work better in my mind.
That's
You'll
amazing.
focus on the story. So like, I'll probably definitely give the show a watch when it comes out. Like, I'll be down to check that out. I kind of wish, like, from what I know about Death Stranding, I kind of wish it leaned more into like the horror elements that are there. I know it doesn't lean into them as much as I'd like, but yeah. No, yeah, we're getting Death Stranding 2. That was announced at the Game Awards. What else? Now that we're kind of on the Game Awards stuff.
Yeah, might as well go to that topic since it's recent.
Yeah, they revealed some.
I'm just gonna get to the first floor and
more
deal with that
Street Fighter
dinosaur.
characters got revealed. They're making a Hades 2. The company that made Hades, the indie studio that made Hades, they're making a second Hades game.
Yeah, who made Hades actually? Was it
Fuck, what
was
are
it
their
the
names? I won't.
was it the people who made Transistor and Bastion? Was it that studio?
I'll pull them up on Steam and then I'll be able to see what they all made.
My brain's saying it was those boys because I think that would make this like their 5th game.
Yeah, Hades wasn't their. Okay, Supergiant Games.
Oh, there's
They made Transistor. They made Bastion. I think those are the games you named, right? So yeah, it looks like the games they've made is Transistor, Bastion, Pyra or Pyre, and then Hades, and then now we're getting Hades 2.
Okay, go to the 2nd floor, go to the 1st floor because there's a dinosaur skeleton we need to shoot in the face.
Let's see here. I had some friends and I were talking in a text chat the entire time we were watching the Game Awards, and so like a lot of the major reveals we ended up talking about.
How am I supposed to
gonna go down the list?
What the fuck? Why'd you put a door here? What the hell? Fuck you, game. Are you serious?
You have to go back through the door, and then there's gonna be a left.
Ah! I hate you so much. I thought this was gonna be easy. Now I'm gonna have to go up to like the 2nd floor to figure out. I guess just find some fucking stairs. I think we have some. Yeah, we get some medicine 3s. I can get that medicine 3 back.
Oh yeah, Bayonetta won the action, or Bayonetta 3 won the action game of the year. That was neat. Okay. So they're doing
Yeah, they're doing a weird spin-off prequel thing with Bayonetta now.
Yeah. So that's one game that got announced. Is they're doing a prequel. It's like a completely different gameplay style game too.
It had a really weird title because I think the subtitle had the character's name in it, and it's just like
it's something about Cereza, which is Bayonetta's real first name.
Can I just jump down here?
I don't know, maybe. I thought maybe you have to go back where the window is broken, because like the T-Rex is down there and you might have to like fight it from the window. But anyway, no, you might be interested in this one. Have you played the game Dead Cells?
No, but I mean, it looks like a lark and a half. I'd probably,
Well,
if
so
I had
Dead
the time.
Cells is having a Castlevania crossover DLC
Oh yeah, I did hear about that.
that got announced. It was like
That
one of
was
the
a-
very first things announced at the Game Awards,
That was
and
a-
like it actually looked kind of cool.
I mean, it had a good like splash image. Is all I can really say about it because I didn't see I didn't see it in motion.
Gotcha. Yeah, you maybe watch the trailer if you want, but
It's just the problem is that Dead Cells is a roguelike, and I don't know. I don't have a lot of time for roguelikes in my
you're
usual.
not a fan of roguelike.
Well, I'm just more interested in like I guess stock and barrel games like finite games. I guess.
That's fair. I mean, roguelikes do have an ending. It's just depending on the game, it might take more than one run to get like the true ending. Like with Hades, you have to technically, in order to beat Hades, you have to finish multiple runs of it.
But speaking of such, one thing on my topic list we'll eventually get to is I did something that I said I wouldn't do for quite a long time, and I actually went back and resubscribed to an old Memorpager I used to play, and now I'm just using some spare time to fuck around in that.
WoW.
No, I didn't go back to that one.
Okay, I don't know what other ones you played other than WoW.
Oh, it's definitely one from my childhood.
Club Penguin, except for Club Penguin's not around anymore.
Disney killed that.
Yeah. Is RuneScape? Do you pay for RuneScape? I don't even know if you're supposed to pay for if RuneScape's a game you pay for. I was gonna guess RuneScape because I think you might have played that, but like, I don't know if you paid for RuneScape. So is it RuneScape?
Well, we'll get to my interesting story about it later because I
Okay.
actually have a story with it, which is kind of weird.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I'll continue.
Let's
going
keep
down the game.
I mean,
award stuff.
If you're wondering why I don't have any input on this topic, it's because like a lot of these fucking awards for video games is like I have just like super dead zero interest in watching any of this schmozzle.
Well, I mean, I'm more gonna be talking about the games that were revealed to be a thing in development. I'm not gonna talk about like who won for the most part, because like who won Game of the Year? Elden Ring. Who won a bunch of other awards? Fucking the Ragnarok.
I mean, at least you can appreciate Miyazaki's like dedication to his craft, because I think he gave like a fluff interview shortly after like everyone was kind of done with Elden Ring, where he was like, yeah, Elden Ring was a success, but you know, who gives a shit? I'm doing my new project right now. Okay, he's not letting it get like in the way of his work, which I thought was a pretty remarkable way of looking at it, considering Elden Ring is one of the most famous games of the year.
Yeah, no, that man's a workhorse.
Which, you know, probably isn't a good thing, but, you know, more power to him.
I was gonna say, a lot of those big name Japanese developers, I know a lot of them are workhorses, like Sakurai, I mean, or like
the guy running Smash Brothers who sleeps at the office.
Yeah, that dude like physically got ill because of how much work he put in.
Okay, so I'm on the second floor. I thought I could have gotten to the dinosaur room, but now I'm on the second floor again.
I have no idea where we have to go.
Fuck it. Bucket of fox. I made it to a window. A broken motherfucking window.
But yeah, let's see here.
No, I don't need to heal. I got 400 bullets for this thing. This game's not survival horror at all.
The problem with some of these games is like I don't even remember what the fuck they are. Like,
it's been 2 weeks. Everyone's forgotten the news.
I mean, kind of.
Fuck
like
it.
things that we've never heard of, like with like brand new things like no one's ever heard of. Like some of that stuff is like the people who made Journey are making a new game. Like if you remember the game Journey.
Oh god, that was 10 years ago at this point.
Yeah, well, I mean they've made other things since 2, I know, but like they announced a new game that I thought looked kind of neat. It seems like the character you're playing as is like a psychopath. So like that kind of has a cool premise in my mind. Like it's like a Journey style. gameplay.
Can I jump down? I should probably save state just in case I don't kill myself.
Right. But yeah, it's
Time
got
to
like
jump!
the journey style, like calm.
Oh,
It's
fuck
got the
you, game. I
journey
thought you were gonna
style
kill me.
calm. It's got the journey style calm gameplay, but also
So how?
has like you're like visiting corpses of things and like talking to their spirits and stuff. So I'm like, that's cool. I like it. I like narratives where like the main character is a psychopomp, but they're like a sympathetic psychopomp.
Why do you keep saying psycho pump?
That's what you call a thing from mythology that ferries the dead to the afterlife.
Oh, okay, that's what you're going on about.
Yes, so they're making a new game similar to Journey, where like it's a lot of like, you know, it's a very like immersive, like, you know, emotional, like, you know, you're on a journey. There's like the calming music, right? That like very casual gameplay that Journey has. But it seems like the premise of this game is that you're a psychopomp and you're off, like essentially you're going to where these things have died, and you're like talking to them and carrying them over to the next life. And so like there's one where it's like a dead like pet or something, like a dead dog that died someplace, and then another one's like a whale that got tangled in like a fishing net, right? It's like things like that. That game looked really cool. I forget what it was called though.
It was called Spiritfarer 2.
No, but Spiritfarer is another game where you play as a psychopomp, and that game made me ball. That game was so good, man. I haven't even finished that game. That game is an emotional toil. Like you learn these like it's a very peaceful, calming, chill game, but like you're spending time with these characters, getting to know these characters, and like the longer you know them, like the more like sad their lives become, and eventually you have to say goodbye to them.
Every door in this stupid place needs a fucking key, and I can't deal with this nonsense. I'm just gonna go kill myself.
But what
Fuck
else
this
is here?
place. Fuck your random encounters and all these guns that are taking up all my slots. And all your stupid fucking walking around.
Yeah, Al Pacino gave out one of the awards. That was kind of funny.
Why is this door open?
Because that's where we need to go!
Well, get in there, stupid. Kill him and take his bullshit. Because he probably deserves it or whatever. Oh, this is... You saw him! How did you mistake him for Clamp? Wasn't he here the whole time? No, shoots him for no reason. Because I'm the only New York cop here. Someone's gotta shoot the innocent. We're missing our quota here, Beta. Yeah, where the hell's our black friend? We gotta go chase him down at the hospital now? I thought we were gonna fight a fucking nut dragon.
I mean, I assume we have to fight the dinosaur somehow, or maybe the dinosaur went someplace. I don't quite know.
Is it a key? Oh, so this is the thing we probably had to do first, because apparently this is important.
Oh yeah, the people who made BioShock are making a new game.
You can have this club. I don't need it anymore. Yes.
The people who made BioShock are making a new game called Judas. I don't know if you ever played the BioShock games. I haven't.
I think I have, like, the first 2 in my Steam list.
I was gonna say, I have all 3 in my Steam list. The problem is like, never in my life have I found a game that, like, literally tries to kill me as fast as that game. And when I say literally tries to kill me, I don't mean, like, in the game as in the game's hard. I mean, like, I physically get ill playing that game because I get so bad of motion sickness. I basically feel like I'm gonna throw up after playing it for like 5 minutes, and I'm like, I can't. Like, I physically am getting sick trying to play this game. And so like after I've never played the second one or the third one because the first one was getting me sick so bad so quickly that I literally couldn't play it.
See, if you put a VR headset on Cheddar, his brain will explode.
Probably. Not gonna lie.
3 seconds in, he died. Clamp! I thought you locked yourself in a room. Why are you here? Oh, now he's just being a prick. You're the one who created Eve, and now you're gonna pay. Right after I stop shooting Maida for resisting arrest. I'm obviously a god in mortal clothing. What are these What the fuck are you doing? Aya, shoot him in the face! Look at what he's doing! Get him! He deserves it! I can't believe she's actually putting down her gun. I can't believe that. This guy is being creepy and super goddamn... Well, he's not really being aggressive, but he's being really creepy. Well, arrest him. He's right there. Whoa. He, like, dove right for the camera. He had a scalpel? I thought he was gonna, like, I don't know, donk her on the head or something.
Look out, he's got a scalpel.
He doesn't have a scalpel? Well, now he's got one. Daniel is probably correct. Maybe. I don't need a gun, I just punch out all the criminals. Apparently Daniel's slaps aren't all that good. Who the hell is Dolas?
Let's hear. Oh yeah, the people who made Celeste are making a Metroidvania game, like a Metroidvania style game.
Well, everyone and their grandpa is doing that right now.
I mean, that's fair, but like, you know, Celeste almost was nominated for Game of the Year, and it was an indie game, so like...
Well, I assume Celeste deserved it. I mean, it looked
Good.
really good.
I haven't finished Celeste, but what I played is, like, the gameplay is really fucking fun, and the story was interesting. I was like just getting to the part where like the story seemed to like get bigger, but it's a very like an emotionally charged story because I think it has to do with like the main girl's anxiety and like her being trans and stuff, and so like that whole jazz. But let me see here, what else was announced?
As you can probably tell, since this is a Square Enix game, this story is not making any fucking sense. It kind of feels like if Kingdom Hearts was, like, instead of being about faith, it was about science.
Yeah, Death Stranding 2, already talked about.
Eve is apparently pregnant somehow. We gotta go kill Eve, but first we have to go kill a dinosaur. I don't know what the fuck's going on. We're off the rails already. I'm gonna join the giant blob! Wait, what the fuck just happened? Well, that didn't do anything, he just burned to death. Well, Clamp died, I guess. Oh, good. We finally got the key to this stupid building. He gave Mida's gun. I don't know. I'll get rid of this.
You have a shit ton of medicine, just doesn't care to one of your weaker medicines.
Well, anyway, we got the key to this stupid building, so we can finally start getting around this goddamn place. Maybe I can actually get to the dinosaur room on the first floor.
Hopefully. Oh, we found out what Miyazaki's most recent project was.
Oh yeah, he finally announced Armored Core 6.
Yeah, Armored Core 6 is happening.
Well, I'm sure that'll be great for fans, but I couldn't give less of a shit.
Rumor has it it's apparently supposed to play like a Souls game, but then I think some other thing came out now that's saying it's not supposed to be play like a Souls game, so who knows?
Yeah, I heard this is probably going to be like completely distant from all of that.
Yeah, so, well, in my opinion, was the guess to wait and see. Mario movie looks kind of neat still.
I still have infinite zero interest in it.
I was gonna say the biggest issue in my opinion is the fact that
Imagination is working on it.
no, my biggest issue is Chris Pratt is a bad voice.
Oh, can I not like get to the dinosaur room because it's blocked off by velvet ropes? Because that'd be really stupid, but I think that's probably what they're going for. Do I not have a map to this place?
I don't know if we've had a map for any of the places in this game.
I'm gonna get some item capacity and some more active time.
I was gonna say I don't quite know. So the movie, the Mario movie is looking quite good to me and most people that seem to be talking about it. People who seem to know more than I about the illumination issues.
Oh yeah,
they
it was
seem to be of
illumination, not imagination.
They seem to be of the issue. They seem to be of the point that
the opinion.
Yeah, they seem to be of the opinion that Nintendo may have kind of like.
I mean, after the first
Nintendo's weight essentially made it so that Illumination didn't slack like they have done or something.
I mean, after their
saying.
first disastrous movie attempt, I would imagine they're probably standing behind the movie studio with a pretty big bat.
Yeah, that's
You're not fucking us this time, movie people.
So a lot of people think the reason why the movie's starting to look as good as it is because of Nintendo standing like over the shoulder. It
was a very bizarre decision apparently with what happened with the Super Mario Brothers movie, because from my understanding is that they managed to find like some like a studio run by a couple of complete weirdos who thought they were auteurs and were like almost completely incompetent.
Yeah, I think I watched something about it back in the day, but it's been a while now.
I should look into that because it's a pretty interesting story, and the directors of that movie were fucking insane. I don't know how they found those people, but they did.
Yeah, there might be a what happened on it. I know he does movies every now and again, so it might have a what happened on Mario movie. As of right now, my opinion on the Mario movies, it looks good.
Hey, it's another
I'm excited
Scorpio.
For it. I think the only problem with the movie right now is
the only
Chris
person
Pratt
isn't
does not
excited
sound
is
like
me.
I think Chris Pratt doesn't sound very good for the voice of Mario.
Well, in this global universe, apparently we could just watch that French version that everyone's saying good things about.
That's true, there was a thing back when like the first trailer dropped. I think it might grow on me, or like, because like some of the scenes that were in like the most recent trailer that was shown at like the Game Awards have like his voice. It's like he's trying to do an accent, but he doesn't do it consistently.
I think someone broke the Scorpion. Because he did not move. Oh no, the scorpion got stuck in the hallway. Who put him here, the fucking bastards? All I want to do is go fight a dinosaur. Why are you making this so hard? So unfair. There's supposed to be dinosaur fun times, and now I'm missing out.
Oh yeah, Crash Bandicoot's getting some weird multiplayer game thing.
Is it another reboot of, like, Crash Bash or something? What
No,
the fuck?
It's...
Now
Oh,
fight
it's
this. Now fight this Triceratops.
You don't get to fight the T-Rex. You get to fight a Triceratops.
Here's your mini boss. How about it? I don't know what he's gonna do. He might be partially fused with a frog. It might jump on my face.
No, I'm expecting him to, like, charge you.
And he's not even gonna do the sexy jumping on my face. He's just gonna straight kill me.
Apparently he shoots a
What?
lightning circle.
So was Dino Crisis ever this crazy?
I don't know, I've never played Dino Crisis.
Holy shit, that did 117 damage. I have to keep my eye on this guy because he is not messing around.
Just like he like walks slowly across the room, and then once he gets to the other side of the room, he's gonna turn around and do a charge attack.
Yeah, I gotta get my timing fixed. Maybe I should hit him with a laser. Maybe that'll fucking stop his bullshit. This would be so much better if I had like a sprint option.
Okay, so this is gonna circle around the room, so you want to be inside of it. And then he's gonna. So yeah, he slowly walks around the room, and then he does an attack. If it's the lightning attack, we want to be in the center. If it's the charge attack, we want to be off to the sides of him.
Oh, fuck you. You don't get to have a double charge just because you're pissed off you missed.
Okay, but let's be like, we can point out the fact that the double charge did a significantly less damage than the single charge. The single charge does like 100 and some damage.
Oh, fuck you! What? Triple charge?
Maybe because he's getting low on health, he starts to do more charges.
This guy is just making up his attacks.
No, I think it's because he's getting at low health, he probably starts to do more charges.
Barely doing any damage to him, though, is the weird thing. Oh my god, you are a fucking bucket of assholes. Okay, now he's faster.
His charge probably does less damage though, now that he doesn't have horns.
Also, he doesn't have any HP.
Well, yeah, he
apparently just doesn't know what he's doing anymore. Do you even count these as charges, or is he just fucking around?
I think he's just flailing around.
Help, I forgot how my eyeballs work! Ah! My head is an electrical discharge ray! Don't make fun of my graphics, they couldn't do any better in '98.
Oh, this game is made?
Yeah, this is late '90s. Ow. One of these days, Lizard, I'm gonna use my goddamn laser attack and you'll be sorry. Fuck you! Oh yeah, I forgot this happens.
I mean, you didn't get hit by the attack, you dodged it, so...
Hey, another level up. Liberates mitochondrial control?
So that let's, like, take control of an enemy?
I guess I could give it a shot, I don't know what the fuck that means. What? What the fuck just happened?
Taking you to the boss fight. You wanted to fight your T-Rex. Here
Yeah,
you go.
Yeah, but I didn't want to do it crushed first. Like, it's just bullshit. It's like...
You wanted to fight your T-Rex. Here you go. You get to fight your T-Rex.
This is exactly what happened with fucking Nito in that other game. Because, like, you have to start that fight taking a whole bunch of damage for no reason.
I mean, we're not in the fight yet, so...
And apparently she's not feeling well, so she's having a bit of a headache right now.
What's our HP at? Look it up. Pull it up.
Apparently fully 600.
Then we're fine. Let's just go fight the T-Rex then.
I'm thinking that's the T-Rex. He looks kind of weird.
It looks like he got significantly longer arms somehow.
Well, you know, mutations. They finally fixed that problem with the old T-Rex. Yeah, it doesn't look...
Yeah, my guess
he doesn't look all that
like
impressive as a 3D model. Well, here's the boss fight. He's got a giant tail. Anyway, I'm gonna pop a save state just in case he does, like, I don't know, 300 damage.
Alright.
It doesn't look like he has multiple targets, so that's good. Goddamn gun. Let's try one of these. Okay, so I can't do that. I can't do that.
You don't have enough. You don't have enough stuff yet. So.
Try confuse.
I mean, you could try. But
I could try scan. Yeah, would that be worth it?
It tells weaknesses apparently, so it could.
How about haste?
Haste makes our bar feel super fast. So yeah, we get more bullets off while we do haste.
Let's do scan. Oh, that's helpful, game. Great job.
Thanks.
Oh, that's also brilliant. Also, I'm really fucking fast. Look at me go. Whee!
Fills your AT bar really fast, and it fills your,
Whoosh. Oh, come on. It only lasted for that long. This kind of reminds me of fighting, the Void Eater Dragon at the end of Dark Souls 3. Whatever the fuck that guy's name was. I want more haste. I want to be the fastest being alive. Woo. You can't stop me. I'm super quick.
Actually,
I'm Sonic the motherfucking Hedgehog now.
This boss is actually pretty good to fight with haste. Like you make it gets really easy to dodge. Right now, you're just gonna get a bunch of free attacks with fire breath. This haste is gonna charge your bar really fast.
Oh shit! He stepped on my face.
Standing in a really spot.
I think I made the boss fight too easy.
Maybe. I mean, haste tends to be a powerful ability in every game that has haste.
Laser attack. Why the fuck not?
How much damage did it do? I didn't even see.
It did 250.
Oh, does it? Oh, does that attack take like your whole bar, no matter how much is left, and then use it all? And so the more the yeah, okay, it does, because you can use it with zero energy. So yeah, so that attack, my guess is it does damage based on how much your bar is full, and it empties the entire bar.
Which doesn't sound like the best. But whatever.
Alright, now it isn't. Not when this boss was super countered by haste, and now we have to wait forever to get haste back.
Yeah, RP is not helping us. I don't know, considering he has one attack, I mean, like... Or he's doing the Bowser from Super Mario 64 thing, where he just gets on the other side of the battlefield instantly. Also, I can't heal, but I got like 10 medicines in my pants.
I mean, you can heal, you just can't heal with, just can't heal with,
I mean...
the Parasite power.
Speaking of Pekko again, you know, I thought this was gonna be a really cool boss fight, and it just turned really lame. You're kind of disappointing me, buddy.
The Triceratops is a bit more fun than this one. You're gonna get hit by that.
Yeah, don't lag out on me, game. Not during this. What? Is he turning his tail into a missile launcher?
No idea.
Oh, I can't get out of his way, so there you go. I'm just more confused than anything else, really. I guess that was kind of the problem in doing, like, boss fights and, That guy dropped, like, 40,000 XP, though. And the M8000.
Yeah, put it in your inventory, and then...
We should really get to the station and drop off these 12 guns.
Yeah, so we need to figure out which gun has the best base stats in comparison, and then we need to transfer all of our pluses to the gun with the best base stat, and then do the same with our armor.
Okay, so do we need to do anything here, considering we killed the boss?
No, I assume now that we know where we need to go, which you said was the hospital, or not, we just get to go.
Yeah, why not? Let's get the fuck out of Dodge. So was there any good reason why we killed that guy? Other than it was kind of cool?
We had to keep her from terrorizing the town?
Isn't Eve in the building? Or is she at the hospital?
No, yeah, I think it's at the hospital, isn't that what got said? But first we have to go to the police station to drop off some of these guns and transfer our guns' powers and stuff.
Well, at least while we're there we can talk more topic, because I still got a couple of things here.
Sure.
I'm actually surprised we've only been streaming for about probably just under a couple hours at this point.
Yeah, a little under 2 hours right now.
It feels like we got a lot done.
It does, I'll agree with you.
And speaking of such, I've still been watching Beau of the Fifth Column pretty much incessantly since we talked about him a couple weeks ago.
That's that YouTuber. I haven't watched anything of his yet.
Oh, apparently I just had the key to this door.
I mean, that's cool, but,
Here's a box. It had the MP5 in it.
Well...
Have fun.
Might as well open all these boxes.
Here's an offense. Because you need to be more offensive in your job.
Well, put the weakest medicine you got in there, I guess.
Here's a tool.
Alright, let's go to the upgrade place. So we can upgrade our gun.
Is this the dog kennel?
That's the dog kennel.
The dog kennel that has no dogs and is therefore a giant misnomer.
I mean, it had dogs at the beginning of the game, and then when they turned into zombie dogs, we had to fight them.
It did turn them just into zombie dogs, they also turned into Cerberus.
Oh yeah, that's right, because that was the boss at the police station, was the dogs.
I'm amazed the police station had a boss fight, but it did. Hey, buddy. Okay, so can't do that.
We want to store item.
Let's see if we have any junk.
No, okay, first go to the store item and store all of those goddamn keys we don't need.
Here's these stupid good luck charms we probably don't need. What do you mean, rare?
Well, we must need that one. What is the thing you have highlighted right now?
Narita?
Oh, so maybe we always have to have the most recent good luck charm or something, I don't know. So, I did write down my Morpurgers on the list, so I thought that we might get something out of this because, Sure.
I'm probably actually going to keep that in case we need to go back to the place and punch some people in the face. And apparently that's all the slots that I don't... Oh, wait, because the guns are in another slot.
Yeah, guns are...
So yeah, I've gone back into my Morpurgers, and I previously said I wasn't ever planning on doing that because, I did play World of Warcraft at one point about probably 5 years ago at this point, and that ate up like all of my time, and I thought that I probably wouldn't be able to deal with it all that well. But I actually resubscribed to Run Escape again, which
I don't
is
even know what that is.
which is what I called RuneScape when I first saw it.
Oh, okay. So RuneScape is a game that you can pay money for. See, I didn't even know you could pay money for RuneScape.
Yeah, I thought that was hilarious back when the thing was when I first saw RuneScape, just to kind of underline how young I was when I first saw it. I actually saw it first being played at the local library back at the St. Cloud Library.
Gotcha.
We should probably start looking at these stats. And this M8000 seems really good.
Okay,
But
so
then
let's
again,
take
the
a look
SG right now has base 108.
Well, okay, so yeah, let's look at the base attack, range, all that stuff of each one. So that's 108 range. Attack wise is 40. We can transfer our pluses to whatever weapon we do. So that has much better range than the M8000, but does significantly less damage. So what's the highest? First, let's figure out what the highest base damage weapon is.
Okay, so let's get some numbers going. We got 36, 58, 54, 45.
No, base damage, not counting the pluses that are in there.
Okay,
because
30.
We'll transfer our pluses over. So
35, 57, 38, 52, 44, 47, 40, 57, 45. What does my gun do? It just does 1.
Okay, so we probably want to use what's the highest base? We had a 54, 53 or something, and then we had.
I think this one's gonna top it out at 57. Because I think the other one. Oh wait, this one had 57 too.
But that one's one of the grenade launchers.
This one has 58 range. This one has 67.
Okay, so what we want to do is and then let's look at the armors quick. Which ones has our best armor? This is 36, 38.
38 again.
38, and then the other defenses on it are.
It looks like 35, 30. And then 23, 26.
Okay, so the SV protector looks like our best one. So we're gonna wanna transfer all the pluses to the SV protector probably.
Okay, let's see. We can do that, I believe. Do we add the parameter value? No, that's the backwards one.
Yeah, so it deletes the old item but increases our new one. Do we need tools for this? Oh yeah, we do need tools.
Didn't we leave a tool behind at the other thing?
You've gotten rid of a lot of tools at this point because we weren't using them as often as we should have been. But,
yeah, I probably dumped about like 3 or 4 of them at this point.
So what we need to do here is you need to equip that new vest because I don't think it's equipped.
Well, I'm gonna check the storage. Maybe I accidentally have. Yeah, I still have a tool in there.
Okay, so pull out the tool from there. Okay, see if that's enough to pimp out our gun. I don't know how many it costs, so.
It's probably one. This is probably just 1-4. So do you want to dump this into the M8000 or the M203?
I think we want to dump it into the M8000.
I wonder if we can. We probably can't test it out. Is the problem.
I mean, we could test how the gun feels in combat, but
I mean, actually, you're right. We don't really need to test them because if the M8000 turns out to be a piece of shit, we can just dump everything from the M8000 into the 203.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay, dump it in. Give it a go round.
Yeah, and now we want to equip the M8000, and we want to equip the SV protector.
I'm gonna dump all these fucking stupid guns. So yeah, back in the day, I actually probably started playing RuneScape probably around when I was like 10 years old, to be honest. It was a long time ago. And,
Gotcha.
and I think I probably just played the free version for quite a long time. Okay, we should dump our guns. All these terrible guns are here. And then I dropped it, as I got interested in different games. But a few years ago, I decided to resubscribe to it again, and I ended up playing it honestly pretty badly because I ended up just getting really bored because all I was doing was just like skilling instead of going on quests. So I ended up just getting really bored, and I think I quit the game after like a couple of weeks.
Gotcha.
But this time, what I decided to do was, because RuneScape has been around for almost 20 years at this point. It's one of the old veterans of the genre.
Are you gonna get rid of that SP protector? You're gonna get rid of that other armor piece we have?
Yeah, we can get rid of it. Let's see the CSP. So basically what ended up happening is that because the game is so old, it ended up being such a solved game that what I ended up doing was I basically just pulled like an optimal order of quests, and I'm just gonna go do that with minimal skilling to hit requirements. And
Gotcha.
And I'm having a lot of fun. Like, a lot of I think I'd gotten like 13 quests in, which is, not super significant, but I think the game is hovering around like 280 to 300 total quests out of the 20 years of development.
Gotcha.
So we should probably start heading back to the hallway, to the hospital. The hallway to the hospital.
Yeah, I thought when you said hallway, you just meant the hallway that we have to walk through to get
But
out
who
of
gives a
this
shit about
building.
the hallway? It's a fucking
I thought you were
hallway.
referring to the hallway of this building, because from this building, we're gonna have to leave this building to go to the hospital.
Come on, Dis 2, keep it interesting. We need you. So yeah, I'm about 13 quests in. The thing is that the early quests are all pretty short. But the main reason why I decided to do RuneScape instead of Final Fantasy or the Elder Scrolls was because another YouTuber I actually subscribed to does Memorperker stuff, and he basically said the biggest strength RuneScape had was it had probably the best written quests in the genre. And some of them are pretty interesting. They do get pretty funny. So I'm having a ball with it. I'm obviously like trying to keep my time pretty sparse on the game because I got constant Fire Emblem to keep me busy, and I can't really just grind out my whole time.
Yeah, speaking of Fire Emblem, I started playing Three Houses again.
Well, I kind of wanted to open it up because the reason why I wrote down Memorperker is I don't know, maybe you want to talk about the one that you're currently playing or kind of sympathize with what I was talking about.
Yeah, so you brought up well-written quests. I won't say that every quest in Final Fantasy 14 is the greatest quest ever written, but like one of the things I think that Final Fantasy 14 does really well is the fact that like I remember WoW, you just kind of go from like random quest giver to random quest giver doing all these quests. They're all like really minor things that you're just doing for random people.
Yeah,
there are some of those quests in 14, but like the primary focus of what you're doing in 14 is like there is a main story quest line, and you essentially just bolt that, and that'll get you to endgame.
Whoa, holy shit. That just did 160 damage.
And sadly, it looks like we don't get to do multiple shots at what's you have two tabs. The other tab. You have tab 1 and tab 2. Interesting.
I'll give it a shot. Yeah, I don't know what that did. But yeah, the thing that kind of differentiates WoW and RuneScape is that RuneScape I think has more areas that are kind of quest like unique, whereas the problem with WoW was that a lot of what WoW did was just like on the map. It's like you didn't go into unique areas or unique dungeons for much.
Gotcha. Yeah, so 14 though, you have all the different zones, and there are some like I don't think to this day I've ever done like a random quest. Like, I've always just done the main story quest, or like there's quest lines that unlock dungeons that are like the story of those dungeons and things like that. So like you have like side quests essentially that unlock content that you can't do unless you do that quest line. But then those quest lines have like cutscenes and they have story and stuff to them that are actually, some of them are actually pretty good, some of them are just meh. But like the main story starts really meh. The first like base game story is like probably really boring. Like I didn't really like it. But like the last 2 expansions have been really good story wise. And you have like a cast of characters you get to know like because you're traveling with them the whole time. What's happening here?
Oh, sorry. I was gonna let you talk about I was gonna let you talk about 14. I was just gonna pull up a walkthrough because I'm kind of lost at this point.
Sounds good.
The T-Rex thing.
But yeah, yeah, they have all sorts of different quest lines, and then there's like side quest lines that are like really long, and the game is designed so that your one character can be all the classes in the game, so you don't have to like retool your classes or like make a new character and start like you go back to level 1 when you switch to whatever class that you know haven't played yet, but like you get bonus EXP if you're playing as a class that
Okay, we have to I think the game kind of lied to us. It's saying we have to go back to the museum.
There's something we didn't do in the museum.
Yeah, apparently it was a 4th floor.
Gotcha. But yeah, so the game gives you bonus EXP if you're playing as a class lower level than your highest level class. Like your highest level class gains EXP normal, and every class that's lower than it gains EXP faster. And then yeah, there's every dungeon's got its own story. So like WoW, you'd go into these dungeons and like you wouldn't even know why you're there. Like, you know, you'd boot up a dungeon, right, in WoW, and you wouldn't know why you're there necessarily. Like sometimes you would if you did like the quests that were in the zone the dungeon was in.
Yeah, you just roll the dungeon finder and get put in some content.
Right. And sometimes that content is in like an alliance only area, so if you're not playing as an alliance person, you literally will not be able to do the quest to find out the story of that.
Yeah, but if you're playing in the alliance, you're playing the game wrong, so that's kind of on you.
Right, but the point is like a lot of the times, if you didn't do the quest of the zone, like if you didn't go to the zone that the dungeon's actually in and do the quest in that zone, you wouldn't know the story of what's going on in that dungeon. Meanwhile, literally in order to get a dungeon, you have to unlock it as part of the story, and almost all of the dungeons are part of the main story. And if they're not part of the main story, they're part of like other really interesting there's a treasure chest there.
Oh yeah, there
next
is.
to the slime door.
This game is this room is being very weird about the tank controls, so that's kind of why I'm looking weird.
Gotcha. But yeah, so all of the dungeons and
okay, I think this is the only place I could go on the 4th floor, so I don't really get it. Oh yeah, this is a really good gun.
There's 2 shots. Okay, so there's 2 shots, that's what it is.
But I am taking all this damage. So much for that vest.
I mean, I think you're taking this damage regardless.
Wait, what? Do I get like 2 actions with this gun?
I guess, yeah. So you either get 2 shots with the gun, or you get so yeah, this gun is immediately the best gun now. Because if we heal, we also still get a shot off.
I guess I'll try this door. Because I don't know. The walkthrough said like sounded like it stay on the 4th floor sort of thing. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, my only thought is we're supposed to do something on the 4th floor.
Go up the damn stairs.
Maybe there's a different way to get to maybe there's a different way to get to the 4th floor, like not this way. Like maybe there's another door in a different part that gets us to the other side of this door.
I was just wondering if there was maybe a different room that I missed, but this one's just covered in goo.
No, so my thought is that there's an alternative path to the 4th floor.
Yeah, fuck it. Okay, so what's going on here?
But yeah, so
after he's dead, exit the area by be in the lobby, just take the, okay, ignore the door and follow the path. No, it says it basically says go, be here, and apparently it is go down the 3rd floor.
Gotcha. But yeah, so you have this cast of, essentially, like, the plot of 14 is, during the beginning it's a lot of classic, like, exactly what you expect of MMO stuff, so just go help the random townspeople, but, like, essentially what ends up happening is you find this group, there's this group of people who, also, like, they're a group of adventurers that kind of, like, I don't know, world police, like, I don't know what to call them, but, like,
the ultimate vigilantes.
Yeah, they're separate from the world's governments, and they just kind of, like, go about and try to help people in the name of this, like, god that they, like, follow. And what ends up happening is you're apparently, like, marked by the god, and you have this power that lets you see the past. So, like, what'll happen is you'll touch and like a random person, or like a random person will, like, say something to you, and suddenly you'll get, like, the flashback, like, power will happen in the cutscene. And so you end up getting recruited by them, and then throughout the course of the game, like, they're your main characters. So, like, no matter what's going on in what part of the fucking world, you always have this cast of, like, I call them the super friends, but you always have a cast of, like, these other adventurer people with you. And, like, they eventually implemented this thing that's now being implemented into past expansions, where, like, hey, you don't want to wait in a party finder forever to find a party for the dungeon? Just go in it with the super friends. And so they made it so, like, there's AI that can control the super friends. So if you're going into a dungeon, you don't need to have other players. Like, if, you know, you're like, man, it's taken a half an hour to try to get into this dungeon. Like, it's taken forever to I'm sitting in this dungeon finder, and in order to progress the main story, I have to do this dungeon. It's like, well, they made it starting in the last expansion, and that now they're slowly over time, like, every patch they add it for more of the back half content. You can go in and do these dungeons with, like, the super friends and stuff, and then they have unique dialogue and unique things they do during the dungeons. And, like, from a gameplay standpoint, it's more interesting than WoW, because in WoW you just kind of hit buttons and kill things, but, like, where you stand is very important. And
I found the cutscene
in 14, because there's
So is New York just gonna be overrun by dinosaurs? Is that what we're doing?
Maybe.
So do you think Square Enix is like, budget person for cutscenes was just on coke during the 90s?
Maybe.
You want $1 billion? Here you go.
Square has a lot of crazy ass shit going on back in the day.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm in the background. Here's the M9. It's a big gun for big ladies. Now you'll fight another dinosaur. We don't know what we're doing. We built all the enemies we ever could. Final Fantasy has given us infinity $billion, and now we're using it to make this. Here is a girl who is actually a god in a 23-year-old cop's body.
Our new gun's making this super easy.
So Final Fantasy took one look at WoW and was like, hey guys, you know, we're the ones who actually know how to do this. Stop fucking around.
So like, and so there's enemy attacks, like they telegraph it by putting like a marker on the ground, and if you're standing in that, you're gonna get hit by the enemy attack. And so like you need to like actively move around a lot more.
I found a room covered in slime.
We made it to the 4th floor.
Well then,
Eve's on the other side.
we found the Eve room. Hello, I am Genova, except a spider.
Right? She does kind of look really Genova-y now.
Have you met my giant tree that I need to support myself, I guess?
Gross.
Well, it still doesn't count as naked as long as there's no nipples. At least I think that's the rule. Also, she's super pregnant, and apparently also 1/4 statue.
I think she's just sitting on a statue.
Eve, what the fuck are you even supposed to be at this point?
I mean, you're so mutated and gross and... Ugh. Quick, shoot it!
I will with my not flamethrower.
The wonder you made it this far.
I
You made
agree.
it to disc 2. It's a wonder you made it to disc 2.
Isn't it rule the world, blow everyone up, become a god, something like that? She doesn't even know what she's doing. That is the most important question of the day.
To procreate and keep the race alive?
Oh god, Aya does not look good that zoomed up.
She looks like an old PlayStation 1 Square Enix model.
Not the greatest texture there.
I think that's how they look in like Final Fantasy VIII too, because as I said, this game visually, the graphics make me think of Final Fantasy VIII.
Yeah, this has huge 8 vibes. I would agree with that.
Because the walking around the world look of the characters in 7 are more.
Welcome to the mitochondria apocalypse. I've created giant hands. This is my take on the Gravedigger. I made it better. Fuck you, Resident Evil 3. My monster's better than yours.
Guy.
Now he's gonna go kill the Ghostbusters.
When there's something strange in the neighborhood. Computer call. Hey, the cop. I don't know her last name. So
I'm gonna kill that with my service response.
Monster.
I love her response was gonna be like, I'm gonna shoot that with my service pistol. It's like, what? It's a 20-foot tall goo monster. Wait,
like,
she just let us leave? What?
I mean, well, like, we just left her there.
You left Eve sitting by herself?
Maybe the arm grabbed her? Like, what?
Sure, why not, Daniel? I mean, it's true. You're just gonna dot face us like a classic character. Oh yeah, was Melissa what she was before she became Bat?
Yeah, I believe so. It was the weird pills she was on that turned her, that diary entry from the beginning of the game when we were in like the dressing room.
She kept saying that she was on fire constantly.
Yeah, she was having headaches and she was feeling really hot and she was taking this medicine and...
Apparently we also somehow got her medical records. It's probably illegal, but then again, we're the New York cops.
Okay, well, the city's like fucking gone to hell at this point, so like... Okay, so she ended up getting one of our sister's kidneys.
And I'm guessing we're just, at this point, believing that our visions are real of the 2 beds.
Well, I thought it was confirmed when we went to the hospital, wasn't it?
Well, we've seen visions
proof?
we've seen visions of Maya, but I don't know if we've seen Maya herself. Oh my god, my family never told me they were organ donors. How suspicious.
My guess is Maya died, but they put the organ inside the other girl. And
Oh yeah, and I think Aya's entire family died in a car accident. Are they saying that Maya is now Melissa, or? Yeah.
Well, so they're saying they put Maya's kidney inside Melissa.
Okay, so they're not the same person.
That's how the shit got into Melissa to begin with, and that's how Melissa transformed into Eve.
Hans Clamp was an intern who happened to work on this specific thing.
Main man Clamp.
Oh my god, this kidney is on fire, Clamp. What did you do to it?
And we're gonna still put it in this person anyway,
because there's no liability in the 90s.
Even though there's something clearly wrong with the kidney, we're gonna put the kidney in the other girl.
It's actually working too well. That's exactly the problem.
So yeah, the idea here, I guess, is that, you know, it was supposed to die with Maya, but because they put her kidney in the one girl.
Okay, so Eve was transplanted into Melissa to become the perfect vessel for her. Eve targeted a girl who'd undergone a transplant, and she was taking the same thing, and then, I don't know, they became twin gods or something. Oh no, wait, that's the thing that she got impregnated with, was this Japanese girl. I'm guessing this story would start making sense if I paid attention to any of it.
Well, okay, so what I gathered is that Maya must have died, but they put Maya's kidney, which had the Eve stuff in it, into this Melissa girl. Potentially not even knowing what they were doing. And then Eve took over Melissa's body over time.
Because right now I think they're doing that scene where they're taking like all the details put into the story and tying them all together.
Well, we missed a lot because we've been memeing about mitochondria and Ghostbusters.
And skeletons.
And now we have to go be not afraid of that slime monster. And we have to cross
Our sister was the original Eve the whole time.
Yeah, we already knew that.
Okay, fine. No, it's her mitochondria. It's the powerhouse of the cell in this specific god person, which is your twin sister. Which means that you are the devil, Aya. And now here's a boat. We're gonna nuke, I don't know, Hungary. Let's attack Hungary for no reason. This is a war, you fucking idiot. Stop being happy about it. Did the first fighter jets they sent in all die and get horribly crashed?
I do not recall. I mean, one of them did, because
we're gonna nuke the Statue of Liberty.
Come off the building.
I always hated that stupid thing. I'm gonna kill it for once in my goddamn life. There's no one left in the city. We can bomb the shit out of it. My god, what have we done? Scramble every fighter we've got. We can't take two goddamn... We can't give her an inch. This goddamn alien god that's invaded Manhattan. They killed two of our flying boys. Who the hell is doing surveillance on the Navy?
I mean, maybe the Navy's thing be in touch with us, because we're cops.
We're the only cops left in this terrible Arkham City. And also half of it's on fire. Oh yeah, 4 helicopters definitely gonna be enough to target the giant goddamn marshmallow man. Who's now turning into a nuclear explosion.
We're gonna have to Ghostbuster our way out of this one. But there's something strange in the neighborhood. Who you gonna call?
You already know where that's happening. You saw her like 15 minutes ago.
Who are you gonna call? It's gonna be Aya and Maeda and
Daniel.
the other cop's name. Yeah, Daniel.
Why do they just keep flip-flopping from the models to the CG? Just play the cutscene.
We don't get the money.
You don't have the money to do a 5-second shot?
We don't have the money.
Why did that guy?
Jet.
Why did he need to do a barrel roll?
Because he needs to look cool.
Yeah, but then he just got lasered to death.
But he needs to look cool, and that's what's important.
Oh my god, I can't dodge that! I didn't train for this! Lorraine, what about the 7 guys who died? What do you mean the helicopter's coming? Didn't they all die?
I mean, there's probably more helicopters coming.
What are they gonna do, just firebomb random streets? We're going to the Statue of Liberty to fuck it up.
What's up, military guys?
Hey, Boris. Apparently Aya is so famous from that fucking news conference that she completely screwed up that everyone knows who she is. Why is there an aircraft carrier in, like, the New York Bay or whatever? Like the Hudson River? What?
That shit's been going down.
How did a aircraft carrier get in the river?
I don't think it's in the river. I think it's
Why are we on the Nimitz? That's like one of the important ships. Why did they send this one? Here's... I don't have a first name. My name's Williams.
Admiral William Williams.
My parents hated my guts for some reason.
Or they just really like the name William.
I'm the only black man in this game. I can talk to anyone any way I want.
Quite alright, Lynch. After all, he is right.
Go back to making terrible movies. Once you're done being my second mate.
I actually realized this game's really interesting in the fact that our entirely cast is made out of like minor, like they're all a minority group because like my
Our 3 guys.
Well, I mean they are though. All really because one's a black cop, one's a Japanese citizen, and the other one's a woman cop. Like we don't have a white guy hero.
Nope, we don't have one of those. We lost them all in the war.
I mean, they all, like, all the characters died at the beginning. Right? I don't know. I really like Aya as the main character, though. I will state that.
Well, she's definitely not one of the best, but, I mean, she's pretty solid.
Yeah, she's solid. I'm not saying she's the best one ever. It's just, like, for me, it's not survival horror unless we're running around as some random woman cop. Gotta be a Jill Valentine. Gotta have your Jill Valentine. Gotta have your Reginas, gotta have your Ayas in this case.
It's a stereotype. You can't have a video game running around New York without a woman taking the lead.
No. You can't have a survival horror franchise without one of the primary characters that you play as throughout the series being a woman cop. Like, it doesn't have to be New York.
I swear to God, Maida, if you give me a 4th good luck charm, I'm just gonna eat it. That's what you're getting. Wait, did we take off our jacket?
We did. We got a new outfit.
That's crazy. We lost part of our outfit. I need to go kill my twin sister.
Kidney. We're gonna go kill our twin sister's kidney.
Did we just, like, waste all the budget on this one war segment?
No, there was another war segment when the fighter jets got scrambled when we were in the hospital earlier.
We're doing Mach 3 in these helicopters, gentlemen. We got this.
At the end of the hospital part,
we're moving faster than a fucker Spider-Man.
They launched the jet. Yeah, these helicopters are just absolutely booking it for helicopters. Like, Japan knows helicopters aren't actually all that fast, right?
Well, I don't think...
agile.
The weird thing is, like, Japan is, like, really into this New York shit because they actually got that one building that Kingpin always uses as his hideout from Spider-Man, like, perfectly correct.
Yeah.
Like, I saw it when they were flying around.
Is it the Empire State? I don't know what building Kingpin always uses.
I don't know, it always just looks like a generic clock tower.
Big Empire State.
I mean... I'm sure one of the DC nerds probably knows what it is.
What? Why would DC nerds know what Spider-Man's villains are doing? That's Marvel.
Dang it, you're right. We're gonna have to go consult the research staff. In the right building. We're ready to lay down our lives for this. Because why not? This is a suicide run, bitch. We've got no other options.
I think the building is supposed to be the Empire State, is my guess.
What are we doing? I mean, we're in a helicopter that we somehow know how to do, but
we're fighting, or maybe it's Rockefeller Plaza. Rockefeller Plaza is pretty famous, and I could see Kingpin them using like Rockefeller Plaza.
But seriously, what's the... We're in a helicopter. What weapon on it do we think is gonna help? Aya is really depressed about this.
Oh, missile launchers, maybe? Like, I was supposed to be a Ghostbuster.
I'm wondering how this boss fight's actually gonna go down, since we're fighting at this point like 100-foot tall goo monster.
We're fighting it with like missiles, yeah. I'm not sure.
That better have been the best missile they ever had, because I don't think that did all that much.
Or just a really well planted one, I guess.
Now, here's some symbolism for you.
Oh no, we got the slime all over the Statue of Liberty. We know what the slime does when it gets on things.
Are you serious? There'd be no way. That'd be too stupid.
I'm waiting for it.
That would be the dumbest fucking thing ever, and I'd love it.
Okay, well, the Statue of Liberty just went down.
Fuck you, America. We killed your liberty.
Okay, so the last level is gonna be, or like one of the last levels is gonna be Liberty Island. Is that what we're learning here?
Yeah, but there's nothing on it anymore. It's just an island.
Well, I mean, we got to fight the goo.
It's not over yet. We haven't killed the pregnant lady. Is it crying?
Yeah.
What the? Well, now what? This is definitely giving Resident Evil a fight for its money. You never seen mutations until we started mutating shit.
Got arms in her hair. That's crazy.
You think Mr. X is some shit? Well, watch this.
Well, what's weird to me is this feels like we're at the end. Like, this is gonna be the last, like, zone/fight.
Yeah, I agree, too, considering they're just giving us a save state now.
And, like, well, that, and we, like, Maeda gave us the special pistol that we couldn't get rid of that has one shot in it. Like,
Does it seriously have one bullet?
Or it does, like, one damage. So, like, my guess is, like, that gun is gonna be, like, a plot important gun that we need to use it for something.
We could get rid of it, that's for sure. I need to give you another good luck charm!
Well, my thought is maybe the gun does something with the good luck charm.
Seriously, they blew their whole fucking budget on this.
Alright, let's go. Liberty Island, boys!
Woo! I'm trained military, I guess.
I mean, at this point, we're like the best fucking super cop ever. Plus, we have powers, so like.
We do have magic powers. That's for sure.
Yeah, we have mitochondria powers.
This has to be the final boss place, right?
This definitely is like a final boss place.
What the fuck?
Oh, it was you.
It was you, person with 3 legs. Your sister!
Except that's not quite who your host is. Your host is technically her kidney inside of a girl named Melissa, but you know.
Why are you asking us this question?
Why do humans give birth? Why do humans kill?
Humans are murderers! Well, duh. We have our reasons to kill people, and you are sure. This is the dumbest line ever.
You're good enough of a reason for us to kill.
What the fuck is this? This isn't even philosophy. This is just some bullshit. Is guarded from natural enemies because they keep killing each other. What are you talking about? Humans have plenty of natural enemies. They keep getting eaten by wild animals all the time.
Mostly other humans, though.
I mean, that's exactly what history is.
Yes, humans are so prosperous of a species that, like... Also, I wouldn't call many animals our natural enemies. Like, when we die to them, it's typically because humans fucked up. Like, most of the time when an animal kills a human, it's because a human fucked up.
So apparently Mitochondria Eve has been planning this takeover nonsense since the beginning of time.
I guess.
That's some long-term planning, lady.
Right? We the mitochondria.
Can't you see this is the perfect scenario since I'm attached to this sphere with arms?
My favorite part of this game is how often, like, everything's tied to mitochondria of all fucking things.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of coke they had in the 90s, but Japan had all of it.
Whoever thought of the premise of this game was like, well, you remember what I remember from high school? The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. But clearly it's gonna come and try to kill all of humanity.
It became sentient and now is coming for its revenge.
It's basically what this game is. The mitochondria will become human beings and will rule the earth.
That's the dumbest thing ever. Wait, where are you going?
It's like saying the hair. Like, you realize that a mitochondria is a part of something. It's not a thing.
Well, they
like,
said
it's
that multiple times.
No, I'm aware. I'm just trying to point out how...
I got laser cannons, bitch. What are you gonna do now? I'm gonna shoot you with this pistol. What the fuck kind of attack is that? It also doing, like, fucking... It did 400 damage. I think I should.
Good thing we have an ass load of healing. Oh yeah, we get the shooter.
Apparently, there's 3 targets.
Yeah, so my guess is if we take out a part, we take out a specific attack.
Well, this isn't exactly fucking fair. I'll shoot its front leg. What the fuck kind of attack is this nonsense?
Okay, so you clearly need to keep moving.
I guess.
That attack. I'm trying to figure out its exact pattern still.
It is some bullshit attack. I'm just gonna say that. It's bullshit. I mean, I did save right before this, so it doesn't really matter. Maybe I should just use this. Maybe if I stand in front of it?
Yeah, maybe.
Except it just paws at me.
I mean, okay, but being pawed at is...
It's definitely better.
Yeah.
Whoa, what the hell? What's going on? Ow! Ow! Why? Got him.
I think you need to... I think you need to try to put some space between you and it. Like you're
Well, the problem is that if I stand, mate.
Yeah, but
why?
try to move in a way that
shit. It D-downed us.
Down, yeah.
I'm gonna heal. Can I shoot it from? No, there's no way.
No, you'll miss. You'll just be an auto miss.
Oh, fuck off! Why is this fight bullshit? I'm just getting all this fucking bullshit in my ass, and it won't. Just all fucking fucked up. Although I need to get rid of that D down first. That's probably gonna be first thing. I can't use medic right now.
And don't you have an item that gets rid of stuff, don't you?
Do I have a? I mean, I guess no. That's HP. No, I don't think I have a. I don't think I have an item.
We might just need to tough it out. We might just need to tough it out.
No, I'm gonna use haste then. I'm also...
Use the healing item. You have plenty of healing items of various sizes.
Yeah, but if this lady's gonna be like hard final boss shit, then I probably shouldn't bleed through everything I've got.
Well, it's either that or die.
That's probably an option that's still on the table at this point. Yep. Well, I guess my revive kicked in. I also got rid of that stupid thing, but then I don't. I got 4 medicines and a full heal. Oh come! I wasn't anywhere near that. Fuck you. Oh, what, you're not just gonna grab me off that too? You fucking bitch. You bitch that doesn't understand hitboxes. Oh my god, I hate this. Oh shit, I thought you got rid of that attack. No! I mean, he's gonna miss, but I don't know, I might as well go for it, considering it's a free action.
Doesn't say. I think you need to be consistent about what you target, because I think it's going to get rid of attack if you do enough damage to the one area.
Yeah, but if her head is like her main bit, then I don't know.
Well, because my thought is, if you get rid of that front claw by shooting like the belly or something, maybe.
I think I actually got what? It's doing the Final Fantasy thing, where it's like, hey, here's an attack that puts you at 1 HP.
Well, it is made by Square.
Fuck you, Square. No one likes that. Well, what's this gonna do? It's yellow. It hit me for a question mark.
It gave you the
oh, fuck you. Backwards controls. Hate that. I don't know what's doing that, but I'll take it. Here's a spec attack. Oh, this is ridiculous. I just acquired 8 new attacks.
It's more like 1.
Well, yeah, it's got like, what, 4 different flavors now?
I mean, the one attack has 4 different flavors, and the new one's this dart attack she's doing, like where she's shooting the spikes.
Yeah, I don't know where the optimal standing place is for this.
I think roughly where she's at the edge of your gun range seems to be working just fine for the most part.
Okay, well, I'll take that. That was fair. Did I just cancel my own healing?
I mean, yeah, but you didn't use your attack, so...
I'm glad my PE is, like, always constantly going up, otherwise this would be some bullshit. Well, now I have to try and play the game like this.
Can you not use your HC right now to do something, or...?
Well, right now I'm kind of focused on getting my HP as up as I can go.
No, that's what I was saying, is you were walking around with the dizzy, but you weren't using your action to heal.
I think
I
think I got another thing out. Oh, there's the attack again.
That's the one that puts you at 1.
I mean, I think the opera probably would have been a good idea if this boss fight were shorter. But right now it's kind of getting on my nerves. Oh, I hate everything about this. I'll just go this way. I'm amazed that hit. Did I get her?
Something special's happening.
Is this where we're gonna pull out Maida's gun?
But I'd say pop a save state in a second here.
Yeah, it'd probably be worth it. Now I'm gonna go into space and become an actual god. Somehow become less mutated. Okay, come here, you. Here's a save state. Now I'm just... Ow. Okay, that's poison.
Detox doesn't cost much, so...
No, so it's not gonna do all that much. And plus, like, my loadout is, like, going up really fast. Honestly, it seems like this phase is kind of a joke.
It does seem easier so far, but
What
we
the...
haven't paralyzed you, you can't move.
Okay, I can't move. Which, you know, whatever. I mean, I can cover a lot of the... I have a lot of range, lady. It's not... This isn't doing all that much, to be honest. So what? I can't move. It's not like her attacks haven't done, like, insta-kill damage, so... So what? Is she doing, like, Meteor now?
Doing something.
How was I supposed to avoid that one?
I don't think you're supposed to be able to avoid that one.
Well, yeah, there is no target. I don't think they meshed the gameplay mechanics for that too well. Oh, it did a defense down again. Which means I'm fucked.
And more like you're supposed to be taking more damage and stuff.
Also, ow. Wait, am I slow now?
Yeah, you're slowed.
Are you serious? How am I supposed to avoid that when I can't move?
Okay, once again, I don't think you are supposed to be able to avoid that.
This is ridiculous.
I think that attack isn't always going to hit you attack, that arrow.
I now have no PE, so now I'm kind of fucked.
You still have heal items.
Yeah, like 1. Or 2.
We can use it.
Okay. Was that just like one of those Resident Evil 6 things where I just had to wait?
I don't think so.
Well, you're gonna have a third form, right? I mean, you're not gonna die with your giant boob form. No, she's gonna go for a third. I mean, you are,
Probably.
right?
I mean, it's hard to say whether or not she's gonna go. Like, her third might be the mode where you just kind of instant kill her with the final attack weapon.
Well, she's melting.
We'll have to find out here.
You will fight the Marshmallow Man. You will now fight the background. I can't really think about it because, like, I don't know the mechanics of any of this. Wait, that was the end of the day?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Game goes on.
How?
Game goes on.
Now you must attack the aircraft carrier. You will attack the ocean. The ocean that is full of goo because we couldn't actually missile it right. That running animation is terrible. Me, the foreigner that's known you for 3 days. The Statue of Liberty, the only monument I respected. Yeah, sure. I'm sure that mitochondria Eve was really appreciative of what the Statue of Liberty meant.
No, what the ocean represents. He didn't say what the Statue of Liberty represents. He mentioned that it's near the ocean and what the ocean represents, which is life and creation. So maybe, I don't know.
Okay, well now what?
Start talking to people.
So what, we're just gonna wait?
Talk to Daniels.
I need to keep mourning Lorraine, even though I've been mourning her for 4 days.
I mean, most people mourn for longer than a few days.
Damn it, just let me have my time. I need to stare at this ocean full of jello. Wait, Wayne's here too? Wayne, why are you here? What did I even do?
Stop the big monster, I guess, for now.
Well, yeah, there's only 3 cops in New York. We probably don't need you to hold anything, considering...
Not right now, no.
I mean, I'll just give you what I'm currently using. I don't know. Oh wait, I know. I got the perfect name. Righty.
Okay, you're on a back out. You're on a delete all the way back to the beginning. Why is our vest lefty?
Because he's our best friend. I was gonna name it Chesty, but I didn't think that'd be as funny.
I think we could name it Coat or something. I don't know.
Fine, I'll name it Chesty.
Or Shirty. I don't know.
I gotta tell my mom about how cool the Navy is. I want this.
Just take all of it.
I want more. Wait, what do you? I only get 2 of them? Fuck you.
Yeah, so take the medicine 3.
Okay, that's all you get. Just some ammo.
Take the I guess, yeah, I don't think we need any of the other
30,
foods right
30, 30. What the fuck? Why is this guy so stingy? Should I just take the cures too?
now. Was there normal cures? I mean, what are the different cures? I don't know if we need the cures. They're so, like, maybe the poison ones? I don't know. The poison ones are pretty useful, but other than that, like...
Well, whatever, there's nothing else in here.
The other ones are pretty situational.
I'm assuming that I'm just gonna walk outside and the final boss is gonna happen. Is it actually Christmas now?
It's around Christmas. I don't know if it's... I think wasn't the first day Christmas Eve, so, like, technically the second day was Christmas? Or something. One of the days I think was Christmas Eve, so I think we're, like, technically past Christmas. But,
It's
like...
now New Year's Day! Congratulations, everybody. We were just discussing how we're gonna dispose of 2,000 tons of Jello.
If this takes place around Christmas, does this count like as a Christmas game, similar to how Die Hard is a Christmas movie?
Oh, it totally does. Haven't you seen all
mean-
the Christmas trees?
I mean, Die Hard's a Christmas movie. Anybody who thinks I'm wrong can fight me.
Well, they're not going to be able to come to this state and fight you. They can't find you under all the snow.
That's also fair. Also, you know, the cold probably gives me an advantage, assuming they're not from Minnesota. Because we're the second coldest state in the United States. The second coldest. The first coldest is
Ah, damn, she did have a third form.
the first coldest is, I believe, North Dakota. It's one of the Dakotas.
What the fuck? How did that blow up the aircraft? How did that do that?
Cried and it blew. Psychic bullshit. That's the whole point of the game.
What the fuck is that?
Gotta fight the imp, baby.
Fight the giant god baby. How is Daniels
It's an
not
imp,
exploding?
baby. Well, clearly we're not on the air carrier.
Oh yeah, that's definitely the ultimate being. Why the hell not? Yeah, but psychic energy, you were exactly right.
I told you. The whole game is, well, the mitochondria can give you psychic abilities.
Why do you keep relying on the helicopters? They have like an 80% kill rate at this point.
If the helicopter would die in
Well, I obviously have to go fight the devil.
Don't worry about me, I'm the protagonist.
The voodoo shit. He's gotten tired of dealing with his immigrants nonsense. Is Mida gonna is Mida gonna throw the rocket launcher to us at the end of the game?
No, my guess is his tokens actually do protect us somehow.
Yep, my arm's just phasing through my right boob.
As you do.
Wait, I thought you
Also,
were
that
a
was-
giant baby.
Oh, apparently not.
Is he gonna be like that much of a boss considering he's a toddler?
I mean, he did just cry and blow up an entire ship.
Yeah, but that doesn't affect us at all.
I mean, it just seems he's dangerous, is all.
Yep, we're fighting a child.
We don't want to make it through. That's the question. All right.
Yep, might as well, considering we're almost there.
Assuming that this is the final boss, we don't even know.
I
It
mean-
feels very final boss.
I mean, Final Fantasy has, what, like, 12 final bosses with everyone?
And the final boss is like 3 to 4 phases. Like, typically there's a boss right before the final boss, and then the final boss itself has multiple phases. Like, I'm trying to think how many... I'm trying to think of how many, phases Genova has before you get to... It dropped you to 1.
Why does this game keep doing that?
Cause... Fuck you.
Oh, it's so bad. This guy has 1 attack. And it sucks.
I mean, it is a baby.
You think it's gonna evolve into being like a clone of us?
I don't know. I think you should heal on your next move just because you're at full bar, so you might as well, because you're always gaining bar if it's not full. So
You might as well try with everyone, considering his attacks are terrible.
okay, he's gonna drop you to 1 again,
Now he's evolving by fire.
or he's going into phase 2.
Here's Final Boss Phase 4, because we have plenty of ideas. Here is Death. Now 20 feet tall.
So yeah, now he's no longer a baby. Now he's adult or something.
Yeah, I don't care. Like, this game is, like, doing so much bullshit that I'm just gonna save state between everything. The best place to stand is directly in front of him.
At least for that attack.
I mean, if this is supposed to be our twin sister, isn't this supposed to be a female god?
No, this is the child of our sister. Also, definitely want to go after that one. You know what we keep forgetting to use?
Haste.
Barrier. I mean, haste too, but
I mean, I could give it a shot.
barrier reduces the
It
damage.
would probably
you take,
help
so
at this point.
I was gonna say I'd heal first, but
Apparently, it lost target somehow.
I think because it was in the middle of doing the transformation thing.
Is it transforming, or is this just another mode it's got?
It split into 2 enemies.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, I'll give it a
Really?
shot. It's a status effect.
Okay, be careful because it's gonna come back.
Can I hit him? Okay, I can hit it.
Our barrier's gone.
No, I probably need to move instead because he's gonna do something. And I don't have enough for that, so I don't know, haste.
Why not? Movement could be really useful against this in this fight.
Yeah, that was probably shit damage. What? Ow.
Oh, game over.
Well, come here, button. Let's give it another shot then.
Yeah, so against this one, haste might be the better option because being able to move is really useful.
Oh, good. I can just stand here.
Kind of, yeah. Okay. So the
Maybe
bird
attacking
does...
the bird would be a better idea. Because the bird seems to be taking more damage.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. My hope is that you can kill. Though also the one on the ground seems to be the easier one to dodge, like the purple laser.
Yeah, except he covers the entire fucking space.
Sometimes.
Yeah, fine. If you're gonna make me have a shoot to get my heal, then why not? Why did you aim for him?
Because you weren't watching where you had your aim receptacle, that's entirely on you.
Oh, whatever. Yeah, haste might be better for this form.
I told you. Movement seems really important in this one.
I wouldn't be so pissed off with that attack if it didn't hit like fucking 14 times. And also attack timings are really not helping.
Okay, got that one. On your next one you need to heal. But now you have the easier one to dodge.
Yeah, if he sticks to only having one thing to do.
I guess if he has a second thing he can do, or
he can hit us like a frog.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry that you're feeling underappreciated, frog child. Oh, way to do that, you fucking cheating baby. Well, you can't handle people being better than you, so you just pull out bullshit from your little pants. You think that's my only form? I've got plenty more. This one will involve me turning the entire world to darkness.
Turned into Frieza.
No, that's perfect. It's Frieza.
That reminds me of Frieza. It's very similar to Frieza. Alright, save state.
Yeah, because he might, I don't know, just like nuke me immediately. I'm just gonna start pulling out some Tekken shit. Is that okay?
Alright, new Tekken game.
Tekken 9's already out.
8.
Okay, so what's the caveat with that attack? Did it do like just a bunch more damage than I thought?
It did 200 because each hit did 100 you, but
oh, I thought it said I thought it said 14. That's why I was confused.
No, I'm pretty sure it did like 200.
Okay, so his attacks are definitely fast as usual.
Another reason why
haste might be the play here again.
Haste might be really useful, yeah. Just right now you're burning through all your PE, so...
Okay, so I don't know how I'm supposed to dodge that.
I think you need to not move side to side with it.
What was that? He tried to bitch slap me with his tail?
No, that's what he does before he does the ground slam, but if he doesn't land it. So I think you have to move towards him when he does it.
Yeah, fuck it, it's worth it. So should I try? I'll give it a shot. I mean, I only got hit by it once, so maybe the theory is sound. Maybe if I get like right next to him.
Yep.
Shoot him in his butt. The problem is I don't have enough stuff. So all he's telling me that this still isn't the final form.
I'll find out.
Because it still seems too easy. Thanks.
There, how about that?
Well, that's just...
You complained that it was too easy. That's on you.
Oh, that's not on me. That's fucking Square thinking that was ever like okay to do. Oh, what the fuck was that?
And presumably an undodgeable attack.
You're such a ball buster, you giant man.
You were the one complaining he was too easy.
Well, yeah, but I didn't think he'd just start pulling out the stops on everything already. Like, what the fuck is the boss fight now?
In the end game.
Wait, does it have a range? It's just most of the battlefield.
It might, well, it might be more damage the closer you are to the center.
Can I apologize? Is he throwing a mantrum? Is that what's going on?
Is that what you call it? I've never heard that term before.
Really?
Yeah, I've never heard mantrum as the term. I've just heard tantrum.
Well, now what?
Now it's final phase, maybe. I don't know.
Why did the final boss need to be 6 phases?
Or maybe he's dying. Well, let's find out here.
Now he's turning into a horse! Or maybe he's... What? I am a dragon. I don't even know at this point, like, I've run through so much fucking shit.
Ooh, this looks fun to dodge.
Do I have to hit the cubes?
I don't know, can you hit the cubes?
No, I can't hit the cubes. Well, what the fuck is this nonsense?
This one might be a scripted part.
I'm probably just gonna wait because I'm not doing any damage to him anyway. Unless I want to, like, equip Maida's gun and try that. I'm gonna
If you wanna.
Well, I can't do anything with it. It did a whole 2 damage that time.
Alright, might as well go back to the other gun if you want to. I guess there'll be a scripted point where, like, the game will make it painfully clear we need to use...
I don't know. What the fuck? There's no other targets I can hit, so...
What happens if we get behind him? Can we get behind him?
Maybe. The problem is that, again, too fast. Well, that doesn't count. Maybe I should use my laser. Maybe that would hit, maybe that would hurt this fucker.
Remember that your laser takes literally all your PE.
Oh yeah, and I also can't move for 5 seconds.
No, just keep trying to hurt it, and eventually we'll see what happens. Did we save state when we got to the start of this?
No,
Yeah,
but
okay, so you just need to shoot it a bunch until you hit a certain point here.
why are we arguing with this thing that can't talk anymore? It just keeps mutating and mutating. It's got 10 more forms. What?
Yeah, okay, so we need to get the special bullets. That's what it is.
No, we're gonna parachute you down there, Maida. I can shoot him. I can shoot him. I got a gun.
Okay, so we have the special plot. weapon.
I've got another form, I,
You just jump without a parachute?
I've got bullets! What?
The hell? He did jump without a parachute.
That's because I knew I was gonna die! But fuck it, we're in the Hudson Bay. Okay. So yeah, now the fight's just bullshit.
Yeah, so we're essentially at the point where the game's just giving us a thematic, like, final thing.
Here's the final boss with Sephiroth. It's the worst part of the game.
Well, no,
I love how we
Sephiroth
got a crit
actually-
at max damage.
Sephiroth actually is the fight all the way through. I don't think there's, like, a gimmick element.
I thought the gimmick was that the final phase was you turn back into people and you just omni-slash them to death.
There might be, like, a part where you have, like, a, like, final attack, i.e. see, like, any like the rocket launcher, but it might just be, like, one attack.
Yeah,
the
because
actual fight is, there is an actual fight, and it's, like, 4 different forms, and in my opinion, the second form is fucking annoying as hell.
okay,
Now,
so
given
now
the final form,
so now
has
what?
the move that drops everybody to 1 HP.
Oh my god, it's still moving. Can we nuke the cruiser?
Okay, so we have to search the cruiser.
Is this thing gonna be Nemesis somehow?
I guess there's like a flamethrower or a rocket launcher on the cruiser that we have to find.
I'm gonna catch you. The end? What?
He's saying where the thing is that we have to find. It's in the engine room. So let's go!
Oh, so this is actually like Resident Evil 3. We need to get down to the basement to find the super gun.
Yeah. Oh, it can only go one way, it looks like.
Not much of a Nemesis section, then. We'll increase the tempo on you. Isn't this spooky? It's still chasing you. It's still coming for you. We even Dutch angled the camera. Well, they Dutch angled it for no reason.
I do like how I do think it's silly how the tempo is increasing.
If you don't get down there, you'll explode. We're doing the Resident Evil thing, but we're not giving you a timer.
I mean, I think the tempo might be the timer. The fact that it keeps speeding up.
It's right behind you.
Yeah, here's the engine room. We made it.
This could just be
I think
the
you're right.
boiler room. Who knows with the Navy? Okay, so what are we looking for? Like,
run to that computer. The obvious computer? No.
I don't know. Maybe it was the computer.
Well, I mean, something's happening here.
What's it gonna do? Hit the button itself?
See, that's what I don't understand. It's like, yeah, wouldn't it?
I guess I'll continue going forward. I mean, this is an aircraft carrier. I can probably run in a big circle if I need to come back.
Possibly, but remember it like left something behind there.
Oh, so you think it's like cloned itself and it's gonna run me off at the pass?
Maybe we'll have to find out.
Oh crap, now it's relearned how to fly. What the fuck is this? Well, that was just
Yep.
impossible.
No, my guess is you're supposed to do something at that computer and you didn't. Where did you last save state it?
Yeah, I think we're gonna be going back to the boss fight.
Yeah, but which part of the boss fight?
Yeah, probably deep in.
This one.
Okay,
See?
so the final form at least. Because all the other shit was just BS anyway.
I mean, yeah, but it's a shit ton of time that we have to now sit back through. Remember, get close to him for this attack.
I mean, if we want, we can start talking about Fire Emblem again, because that's always going to be on our topic list.
Well, you just got yourself killed because you weren't paying attention.
I was trying to tee up something.
How goes Shadows of Valencia?
Yeah, because I actually surprisingly finished Sacred Stones pretty quickly, considering what I was expecting.
Yeah.
Because the thing was that, well, Blazing Blade basically was two stories like stapled together, and Sacred Stones, like, the only differentiation between the stories is in the middle of the campaign. Like, they link back up in the middle. So, I didn't feel really a need to play both stories, because the beginnings and the ends of what they did were the same.
Yeah, I told you that. Because you were worried that you, like, missed out on something, so I googled it last time we were talking about it, and I was like, oh, so it comes back together at a certain point, but you pick what path you want to go on, and then you have to replay it to get the other path. Like, you have to replay it from start to finish. Thanks.
Oh, it also took away all my points. And also kicked me to death. This is my fault. And no one else to blame. Yeah, Shadows of Valentia, I mean, I'm definitely appreciating. It seems to be intelligent, basically, on top of their bullshit. But, I can definitely see why it's gonna be such a dense game. It is insanely dialogue dense.
Yeah, that's gonna be, like, all of the Fire Emblems, the modern day ones.
And, yeah, the one thing I can say about Intelligent is that they're not good at plots, but, like, their strength is that they have really good dialogue, at least. Because it's, kind of the plot right now they're running is pretty dull. I thought it was...
Yeah, the start is pretty calm to most of the Fire Emblem games.
I thought it was, fucking hilarious that, Celica, because for whatever reason, every act they feel like they need to do a fast forward to keep your attention. The first fast forward has Alm stabbing Celica to death with a lightsaber, and I thought that was fucking hilarious. Because
the opening cutscene to the game.
I think that was the... I swear that was the fucking... Ow.
It is indeed the opening cutscene to Shadows of Valentia.
I thought it was the fast forward to the first act.
It's a cut to a later point in the game where they'll be fighting each other.
And then I got to the second fast forward when we get back to Celica and actually play her story, but that's where I stopped my last session. Okay. So, and the second fast forward is when Alm finally catches up with the obviously evil Emperor Dude of the Hour, and he's fighting him. And for whatever reason, Celica at that point is turned into a ghost. And I was like, okay, is the plot gonna be that Celica's, like, body gets torn from her, and her soul, like, gets displaced, and then whoever the bad guy's using her to become the ultimate evil? Because I don't know. Right now, it's, like, the actual plot is very silly.
I was gonna say, I don't remember how far I got. So, like, I got to,
I forgot what I'm doing.
So I know I've done a large portion, because, like, eventually what ends up happening once you can play as both Celica and Alm is you can just choose which one you want to play as at what time. Like, you can just go back and forth between them. But there'll be certain points in the story where, like, you can't advance anymore until you get both of them to that point.
That makes a lot of sense.
And so I think I was after the first time you have to get both stories together. I was after that point. But yeah. How have you been liking some of the mechanical stuff that you wouldn't have had in any of your games yet?
What is the I don't think I touched a lot of the mechanical stuff. I thought it was kind of interesting that everyone starts off as a freelancer and you kind of have to pick and choose. thirsty girl's name, I think, is Faye, is probably the worst of the group at this point. Because she is just a terrible unit.
Isn't Faye the one that, like, hardly talks?
Well, the
There's,
one
like,
thing...
girl that's really quiet.
Well, the one thing she says is like, "Oh my god, I'm so thirsty for the main character. I'm your childhood friend, and, you know, I'm the girl."
Maybe I'm forgetting which one's which. Is she on Alm's team or Celica's team?
That's Alm's team.
Oh, okay. No, the girl I'm thinking of is on Celica's team.
I haven't seen any of Celica's team yet. I've seen her priest grandfather.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, because you'll start off with Celica's team.
I'm amazed I dodged that, considering I was on backwards fucking controls for it.
Have they introduced the, like, support conversations yet?
I don't think so. I think that they introduced some... I don't know, it was something in the menu that I didn't really understand. I thought it was like the convoy system.
Convoy is just items that aren't equipped to anybody. That's all convoy is. It's where you keep all your items that aren't equipped to anybody.
Well, you know, right now they're starting off pretty simple. Alm has fought his way to inheriting a kingdom, and now he has to rule that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you should have come across support conversations already. So support conversations are like if characters are next to each other on the map and attack, they can get benefits for being next to each other and stuff. And
oh good, we're actually at the end of the boss fight.
And
but I might need to do something considering I'm at 1 HP. Can I skip this? No, every time I click start, it just pauses everything. Yeah, no, I guess I don't have all that much to...
I'm trying to figure out...
Shit.
I'm trying to figure out
Give me
when,
something. Give me literally anything. I'll take anything. I'll take that. Right now I need to save state and listen to this.
Where you bone yourself, and before you heal, you take damage. And
what?
You save stated. I was giving you shit, claiming you were gonna lock yourself into a save, like a bone.
Oh god,
save,
you're right.
Where like you were gonna save yourself to the point where like you don't have the ability to heal yourself.
Yeah,
like you also don't have the ability to win.
Yeah, the classic emulator problem. I've ran into that plenty of fucking times.
So my thought there was that save state you just did, like an attack was gonna go off before the heal animation went off. That way.
No, all the triangles were all the way over there, so I was in a decent spot.
Okay, well here's the cutscene. So.
Yeah, it's like every time that Intelligent wants to introduce like some sort of like drama or mystery to its games, it doesn't really know how to do it properly, and it doesn't really have a lot of good like twists to pay off. Because the twist ending in Sacred Stones was pretty awful, to be honest. Oh, the villain was pretty bad. Especially if you come to any video game and your villain ends up being called the Demon King, like, that's when I give, like, a huge fucking eye roll. Because that's, like, the dumbest fucking name you could give it. That's the most baseline, generic fucking name for any bad guy you could come up with. And they tried to do a twist, but it made no sense.
Gotcha. What's bothering me right now is I need to figure out, like, I need to go play Shadows of Valentia, which I don't have on me. I was gonna grab it over Christmas and start playing it so I can actually, like, catch up to you in the story and talk to you about it. But, like, because, like, I feel like you may have missed, because I know you don't read games carefully, so I'm worried you may have missed support conversations, because I feel like you should have them by now.
I don't think they're gonna matter all that much.
Well, they make it so your targets can dodge better. They're a massive amount of dialogue, and character development.
I think I actually have done a couple of them, because I remember I don't know, the guy I turned into a cavalier was joshing around with, I think, the guy I made the mercenary, because I don't remember any of these fuckers' names.
Gray, Tobin, Faye, Lucas.
Okay, so we're through the final boss fight, now we need to do the final boss fight run.
I think that's everybody you should have by now. You might have Silk.
Oh yeah, Silk. At least she's kind of an interesting character, even though she's pretty typical cleric stuff.
Because the early Shadows of Valentia characters for Alm side are Faye, Claire. You get relatively early,
and then he just inherits an army. Because I think during the final mission of Act 1, he just gets like 4 units right away.
I think that you get Forsyth and Pylon at that point.
No, it's Python. It's not Pylon.
Whatever.
It's an actual name. Why the fuck would you name him Pylon?
You might get Clive at that point, and then everybody else is after that. Because I was at the part where you get Delathea. So when you get a person named Delathea, that's where I was at in the game.
Oh, I was gonna say the reason why I wanted to actually bring up Fire Emblem was to talk about Lucas. And the reason why I want to talk about Lucas is that out of everything I've done, he probably has one of the most interesting voice acting jobs I've ever heard.
Gotcha.
Which I love because, one, it doesn't fucking match. Like, at all. And it's kind of ridiculous because, like, half of it is, like, gruff voice and half it's, like, kind of deep, authoritative voice just kind of mixed together. Mm-hmm. And I just love listening to it because it sounds completely absurd. Like, it's just awesome hearing his inflections and what he's trying to do, because honestly, I don't know what he's trying to do. It's a very unique play on a character.
But yeah, support conversations are important because they make units stronger.
Okay, we're gonna blow up the ship. Fuck you, ship. Hey, look, they made a New York reference. Can I run over this thing?
Yes.
So what, is he just gonna... Oh, he's mutating. I'm hoping that we have enough time, because, like I said, he gained a huge speed boost and basically cheated to kill me.
My guess is that might be because you didn't do the thing you were supposed to do, but we'll find out. Or, like, at the point he gets you is when the ship blows up anyway.
I know you never played a Metroid game for your personal reasons, but basically this is every Metroid ending.
What, is you running away as the thing blows up?
Yeah, usually, very typical, they blow up the lab sort of thing. I mean, it's kind of famous, to be honest.
Okay.
Seems like I'm getting away.
Yeah, I was gonna say, last time you didn't get
Hey, I hit the cutscene.
So, yeah, that was the room you got God in, was that last room, and so the reason why you got God in is because you didn't get off you didn't activate the thing you were supposed to activate.
Huh. Apparently the Nimitz is actually a bullshit ship. Who would have guessed? I don't know, it seems like an aircraft carrier should be better defended from an internal explosion. Which I know is kind of a ridiculous thing to say about a video game, but they did reference a specific ship in it. Which means that there is a real-world comparison we can make. Thanks for giving me back my jacket, Daniels. Glad to have you on the team. Here's our department made entirely of mannequins.
Oh, Daniel survived that somehow.
Well, you know, the Hudson Bay, it's actually medicinal. That's why they keep burying dead bodies in it. Okay, so we also received a transplant of Maya for some reason. I don't know. I think when you're 7, you can remember things.
I mean, if it's traumatic, though.
Okay, so Maya's in our eyeball. It's kind of fucked. You have the most extreme experiences. You have feelings that no one can even fathom as a human being. How have you been able to scientifically prove any of this bullshit? None of this game has made any sense. What are they even talking about? What vision are they talking about? Are they talking about, like, the entire 2-bed vision we've been having? Okay, so apparently the transplant is just fine in our body that Maida's just guessing about.
Yeah, he's hypothesizing that essentially we're the proper fusion of it, which is why we didn't turn into a monster.
I wonder if this game is going to start making sense in the sequel, and they start, like, pulling all of this stuff into a tighter narrative.
I mean, I think part of it is we need to pay attention better when we play games.
Oh, that's never going to happen, and you know it.
Well, I know for a fact that you miss a lot across all of the games we play, and then depending on the game, I miss stuff. So I know for a fact I've missed parts of this game.
Well, you have an unfair advantage where you have access to the game script sometimes. It'd be very useful if I could go back in time and just read all the dialogue again.
I mean, yes, the games we've been playing on my my weeks, I can pull up things we miss. Typically, I pull it up to prove to you that you read something wrong. It's typically why it ends up getting pulled up.
He's just holding that over me because he knows how great I am in doing the fixed camera controls, and I can finally show him up at something. But then again, if I ever want to show you up at anything, I could just be like, hey, Cheddar, I finished my game this week.
That
Wink.
or that.
Why are we staring up at the stormy sky and not, like, the sunset? You know, the typical tropey thing. I'm surprised with I'm surprised Disc 2 just, like, sped up so much faster.
The reason Disc 2 is a whole separate disc because it has all that goddamn cutscenes in it.
Yeah, that's probably true.
That's my money. My money's on the reason Disc 2 for how short it was.
Hey, it's Daniel's stupid kid.
Is because,
I found a dog. Wait, so we went to our date with Ben?
I don't know if we're necessarily going on a date.
Aren't we wearing our dress from the beginning of the game?
That doesn't mean it's a date.
Oh, sorry. Well, I guess we're never gonna know what Ben said. What do you mean make up? We didn't cause the apocalypse here. Also, who the hell would want to go see a show here? Like 30 people died there.
Yeah, first of all, it's more than 30.
You only wanted to see Aya because she's beautiful. How dare you? You stupid man. With your sex drive. That I, a 12-year-old, understand.
Or at least can make fun of you about.
Hey, look. Apparently everyone wanted to come. Are we seriously dating Maida now?
I don't think it's a date.
Why is Maida our friend? I know he saved us from, like, that burning building or whatever, but... Or the carriage ride I think he saved us from.
I don't remember everything he did. He just did a bunch of stuff.
What's
wrong? You seem tense. Well, you see, the last time there was a play here, a fuck ton of people died.
It was a pretty terrible play. Like, everyone just decided to kill themselves instead of watch it.
And I didn't get to read like any of that.
Yeah, because Ben just like ran in and ruined everything. What were you guys doing that you were late for the show? We walked in together.
Might have literally said they went to the bathroom. You literally need to read. Might have said they were in the bathroom. He mentioned that there must be a long line in the bathroom.
Well, yeah, he was guessing that, though.
Right. Well, he knows where they went. He's guessing there's a long line because it's taking them forever.
Oh, it's literally exactly the same play. That's not a bad sign. Aw, crap, the game's gonna start all over again. Oh, is this the girl that Melissa took the understudy from?
Could be.
I'm amazed I can remember that stupid diary, but considering how ridiculous it was... It was a very silly story about a lady thinking that she could use drugs to get the part in the play. And then she just kept taking them and becoming like a schizophrenic crazy person.
Yeah, I don't remember who, if this woman was her understudy or if this one. Why are we standing up?
Is that a typical thing? Do plays have like real fire in them?
They can if the player calls for fire.
I don't know. It seems kind of dangerous.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, plays can also have people suspended from thin wires from the ceiling. But I've definitely been in a play. I'm almost positive I've been in a play that has had real fire on stage.
Why does the... I guess they're trying to burn the witch. That's why the soldier needs a fire stick. They're just getting chided by the mannequins. They're not even mannequins. They're the cardboard cutouts from like the COVID audiences.
I remember when the NFL did that.
It was very silly. We need to have our players feel better, so have some cardboard.
Well, what I thought was funny is that you could get a cardboard cutout of you, put into the audience.
Oh, God.
That was a thing you could do at the NFL.
Yeah, fans would definitely do that.
I think the people who did it the best was the WWE, like pro wrestling. What they did is they had a bunch of computer monitors. No, they had a bunch of monitors up in like basically big screen TVs up in the stands, and like people watching it live streamed, like live, could have their webcam on and be in the audience. So you're like in the audience live, like it is you in the audience. It's just you on a screen in the audience instead of you physically in the audience.
That must have been a bunch of fucking work for the NFL to make happen.
Well, that wasn't the NFL. The NFL didn't do that. It was
Oh, the WWE actually. That's what they did.
The WWE did that, yeah.
Wait, what are we doing?
I don't know. Apparently, we were starting to control people or something.
Oh, I is becoming the villain.
Apparently. Or something's happening.
Hello, we're all vampires now. Eva. Are you seriously gonna end the game on this?
Yeah, they're gonna end it on a cliffhanger.
It's a cliffhanger. I don't know. It doesn't make all much sense. It's like, here's just a crazy thing. Isn't it nuts?
Well, we'll have to go play the second game and figure it out. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna quickly talk about Game was good.
Wait, this is based on a novel?
Apparently based on a novel.
How? Who wrote that?
I mean, I assume they had to like extrapolate and like extend things for the game because gameplay.
That is ridiculous.
Anyway, hold on a second here. I want to make sure we talk about the support conversations before I forget.
Sure.
So I pulled it up because every game it's going to work slightly differently. Supports in Shadow of Valentia are ranked, but some pairs provide bonuses innately, essentially a rank 0. The bonuses a unit receives depends on the supporting unit in the pair. So one thing Shadows of Valentia did that's different from the games that came before it, they had the support conversations and stuff in the support ranks, which I don't know which one it started in, but it's super important for you to know that this mechanic's a thing for Awakening. Like, it's incredibly important to Awakening. Like, I'm not kidding you. There's entire aspects of the game built around this system.
They had a
But,
they had a Manhattan map programmer. They
Yeah,
had
I
a
guess
guy
so.
just for that map.
And they had 2 guys for animating it. But
Chrysler
so-
building
so-
programming. What?
So essentially,
Square,
es-
stop using your vacation to make video games.
okay. So essentially, for Shadows of Valentia, they changed it so instead of having
St.
like, basically,
John Colon. Say Kyle Kirby. What? Who
Be
are you
Sergeant.
people?
I don't know all the no Sergeant has to be in the
St.
abbreviation.
John Colon. Go Kikuchi. That's not as
Yeah,
funny
that's a
though.
pretty. I was gonna say that's pretty standard. The number of
Go.
Japanese times I've seen the Japanese name Go is pretty high.
Well, I guess there's Rob Jones. I guess we can go back to. We needed a whole team to retouch the map, and it still looks pretty shitty.
I mean, it's a 1999 game or whatever.
Did Square actually do the? Did they actually do the CG in house?
I think that at that time they did have CG people in house because all their games have that kind of CG.
That's amazing. Hey, is this gonna be actually good singing? I guess we're gonna be copyright claim for this.
That sounds whatever. I don't know. We just have to talk over it loud enough. So with that, I'm gonna go into the support systems because you need to know this stuff. Okay,
No, fair
so
enough.
one thing they changed for Shadows of Valentia that's different from the games that preceded it, characters have a very limited number of support conversations with specific characters rather than it being like an Awakening where like basically every character has it with almost every character. Like any unit you get in Awakening will have like upwards of 5 support conversations.
Somsaman.
Someone.
Who the fuck's name is Juck?
I don't know.
There he is again.
Probably not an English name.
Juck.
But in Shadows of Valentia, they tied it back. But essentially, like as units fight near each other, they build up these support bonuses. And in Shadows of Valentia specifically, the characters themselves determine like the support bonus. So, for example, Alm has one with
Faye.
like one of Faye. I know you said you didn't like her, but I know he has some with
Bucky
her, right?
Claiborne.
And so they essentially get bonuses to stats and stuff by upping these ranks. So for example, typically gives the same or similar bonuses to every unit they support, but does not do so. Silica boosts most partners avoid and critical avoid, right? Alms critical hit and critical avoid. So like it buffs stats, right? Support's active when 2 units are within 3 tiles of each other. So if units are within 3 tiles, they get these bonuses. Units receiving support, small portions appear next to the unit in combat. And so essentially, supports go up by a number of different ways. If they're deployed in the same battle, they get some support points. If one of them uses white magic on an ally, they give support points. And then if they fight next to each other within 2 tiles, they give support bonuses. What ends up happening as these support bonuses level up, you get like a different letter grade, and essentially, yeah, stats get better. So it makes your units a lot better. But then also, every single time it levels up, you get a unique conversation between the 2 characters. And a lot of the characterization of the characters are in those cutscenes. Because you can't guarantee whether, random unit who can permanently die is going to be there later into the game. So a lot of units don't get a lot of important dialogue in the overall main story, but they do get a shit ton of dialogue in the form of these support conversations, especially in like Awakening and Fates and the games that have rather large rosters where basically everybody in the roster can talk to everybody else in the roster up to like 5 times. There's a lot less of them in Shadows of Valentia, but in Shadows of Valentia there is also just a lot less units, especially because they're split across 2 groups.
Is this what Japanese Christmas music sounds like?
No, this is what Japanese music sounds like.
It's got all that twinkly bits that kind of make it definitely fits a lot better than the fucking credit song for Symphony of the Night. Because that,
Oh yeah.
like, that Whatever of the Wind is like, it's a good song, but it's like, it's like the worst pick for that game, and it still makes me laugh.
Did you get Claire? Did you get Claire for? Because I think Claire's optional, so you might have missed her. I think you have to free her from like a bandit dungeon.
No, I got Claire, the annoying bitch. Well, she's not a bitch. She's just kind of annoying. Because she's all like, oh my god, peasants! I want to go see their stuff because I've been rich and living in a castle my entire life.
Mansion or estate, yeah.
Yeah, but Claire's like, she was supposed to be leading the deliverance, and then they were like, no, we don't know what we're doing. You do it now, Olm.
I thought Clive was leading on her brother.
She might have been the face of it. I know she had a leading role in it.
Because Clive's her brother, and you might have him now. I don't remember when you get Clive.
No, you get him at basically when you get them during that dungeon. They're like, okay, the dungeon's finished. We're all going with you.
Yeah, because I know you get Forsyth, Python, and you might get Clive at the same time you get those two.
Oh, I did tell you before, since I discussed this, since it is an option now, I am going to, when the option does exist, I am going to play it on no permadeath, because I'm tired of dealing with that stupid, I'm tired of dealing with that.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so they're very limited in Shadows of Valentia, so for example, with Alm only has support conversations with Faye,
Claire, there's the EX mode. Well, too bad we don't have time for that. So, since we're at the end of the game, and it was a lot shorter than I thought it was going to be, what are your thoughts on the first game?
It's alright. I should have been paying a bit more attention to the story, but I don't know. I think the mitochondria is just a little too silly at times, and so you just kind of end up laughing and not paying attention to the story.
I think even if
the things that probably make the story good.
I'm thinking even if I was paying attention to the story, it'd probably make about as much sense as a typical Kingdom Hearts game at this point, because it seems to be carrying a lot of details, and they got the connections, but I don't think I don't know, it doesn't seem like the pacing's all there for it to really come together like how I'm assuming the writer thought it was supposed to. And then the mystery bits is just, I don't know, a bit too silly. Like, it's not a mystery I'm really all that interested in. I don't know, I like, just for the spectacle and for the weird it's not really survival, but the weird turn-based combat I think is kind of interesting. I think they did a really good job on the characters, and like I keep telling you whenever we're doing like a PlayStation game, I do love the hell out of the cheesy fucking CG movies. I think they're usually very good, because it's such a product of the time of the PlayStation to have that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they don't have the graphics, but usually they're pretty stylized, and I guess just kind of interesting movies, because to be considered like a big name PlayStation game, you kind of needed to put that stuff in it. I'd say it's probably more like a requirement by the midpoint of the console. But I can definitely see why I didn't think that game was interesting enough to make more video content around besides this. Because it's got moments, but I don't think it's all that, I don't know, in general, I guess I just don't think it's that interesting of a game.
Gotcha.
But I will say I'm kind of looking forward to the sequel. I don't know what the fuck they're going to do with it.
Let's see.
I mean, how much time do they have between the games? Is this like a... I just wrote Parasite 2 into Google instead of the thing I was looking at.
1999, December 16th is when Parasite Eve 2 came out.
Okay, so this is a year afterwards. Like, it seriously
He
kind
was 98, so yeah.
it seriously kind of broke me when I seriously read this was based on a novel. This insane nonsense.
Well, so my guess is the novel, because the game has to like stretch things out. The novel's probably more dense between actions, right? You don't spend a bunch of time walking around the zoo. You don't spend a lot of time walking around the museum, things like that, right? So that's my thought.
I don't have a
like,
lot.
Maybe it makes more sense in the novel.
I don't have a lot of time for reading, but I kind of want to read this book. I want to see how that translates from that.
And then there's always the element of the fact that like we weren't paying this good of attention as we should have been, right?
Well, again, I think even if I was paying attention, it wouldn't have made that much sense. I mean, maybe it'd make more sense after the fact, after the whole Daniels explanation, but like I guess the problem is that I think it's balancing a bit too much between science and science fiction.
A little bit.
Where it's like it's trying to pull in like some like real world stuff relating to this, and then they just like tangent off and start making their own logic out of it. I don't know. Like I said, I think it comes off more like the science version of a Kingdom Hearts story.
Yeah, I could definitely see. Like, it's definitely overly complicated for the sake of being overly complicated, which is how I perceive Kingdom Hearts stories as trying to be.
Yeah, and it's
So it looks like we're playing as the same girl in the second game.
Oh yeah, they're definitely not going to give up on the protagonist. She's too good. And especially now that she's become a vampire. With her own vampire army.
Whatever the fuck's going on, yeah.
So yeah, I don't know, did we talk about a couple more topics before we head out, since we kind of ended a bit short?
Sure. Make sure you're paying attention to new mechanics being introduced in Shadows of Valentia, because there's a handful of them that I assume you should have come across by now where you're at in the story, but you seem not to know. One is support conversations, because those are rather important, especially in other games. Not necessarily in this game, because they're very limited in this game. For example, like Cliff, one of your characters, only has support conversations with Tobin. Only has them with Tobin. Tobin only has them with Gray and Cliff. Gray only, like, most characters only have them with one or two characters at most in this game. Partially because it's a remake of the second game, but like, and the other games that you'll play once you get to the later games, characters will have like 8+ different characters they can have conversations with.
I do remember one person on the Dingus squad seemed to be giving me, I wouldn't say much of a vibe, but maybe a hint that they mentioned at one point that one of the characters might be leaning a bit gay. Because I think Gray at one point was bragging about hey, we're adventurers, we're gonna go save the lovely ladies and be the great heroes to them. And I think one of the guys he was talking to was like very uninterested in it. It was like, yeah, but what does that matter? In such a way, I was like, are you like a gay character in the making?
I think that might have been Cliff, but I think he was more just giving Gray shit for being overly womanizing, which is like what Gray and Claire's conversations are mostly going to be about, because Gray's characters are Tobin and Claire. There is actually, though, in Shadows of Valentia, a character who is gay, and he is on the Celica side of things. So one of the characters you meet in the Celica line is named Leon, and he is like, they're not trying to hide it gay.
I'm gonna keep an eye on that guy, because that was an interesting thing he said.
But yeah. So Celica's the character with the most support conversations in the game at 4.
At a whole 4?
Yeah, at a whole 4. Well,
that's almost above average.
I should say she has 4 people she can have conversations with. Conversations with a character. The number of conversations with the character varies, because it can go anywhere from like D, I think it starts at D, and then depending it can go all the way to A in Shadows of Valentia. and some of the other ones, I think it goes from E to S in some of the other games. So like, there's quite the number of them, and Awakening, for example.
They definitely reinvested in this whole mechanic that they've been using for, I don't know, 8 years.
Yeah, I don't know which game started the support conversations. It very well might be Awakening. I know Awakening does like there's a lot of really important stuff with it in Awakening, and then it kind of got nerfed after Awakening.
Yeah, but
But it's
support.
still it's
They've had
still
support.
important and good.
They've had support. They've had this support-esque system ever since the Game Boy days. I don't know which one did.
Okay.
I don't know which one did it, but I remember doing it on that system.
Gotcha.
But
So
it
one of
didn't.
those games had the if units are close to each other.
It didn't seem to do anything. But you can have the characters like maybe not support. Maybe they just had like in-field conversations.
It might have been in-field conversations or something, yeah, but the conversations happen outside of combat. But in order to get to them, they have to rank up, and to rank up, they have to be near each other in combat. And it's incredibly powerful in Awakening to have the supports, because like what supports end up doing in Awakening is the character. So let's say Crom gets attacked, right, and Robin's near him. There is
yeah,
a
I think
chance Robin jumps in and just negates the attack. Like no one takes damage. Neither of them take damage. Robin just jumps in and negates the attack. The higher that ranking is between the two of them, the more likely Robin is to jump in to take that to block that attack. And then when Crom attacks, Robin has a chance to jump in and attack as well for free. And it doesn't take anybody's turn. It doesn't take anybody's action. It's just if Prom attacks and Robin's nearby, there's a chance Robin will jump in and also get an attack off. And then it also increases both characters' hit and avoid.
Yeah, I remember
So they
seeing.
become better at dodging and they become better at hitting.
Yeah, I remember seeing this system when I was briefly fucking around with Awakening up to Chapter 5 just to test it, because that's how that game worked. I am playing Valentia on Citra this time, and I'm probably going to do that for every Fire Emblem game on 3DS at this point, because I think that Intelligent kept doing this. But there is, it's not much, but there is DLC for Valentia, so I was like, fuck it, I guess I have to at that point. Because, and if people are going to be like, oh, you pay for your games, it's like, Nintendo pulled the DLC off of the fucking store, okay? There's no other way to get it. So, if you want to pull that attitude, you can go fucking complain to Nintendo for ripping their console off of it, for ripping out their content for no reason. At that point, I'm like, emulate it all you want. Clearly, Nintendo doesn't want to sell it anymore.
Yeah.
I
Let's
was.
hear what else. Did you use the? Is it called combat arts? Or did they change?
There are combat arts. I just haven't used them because I think I just got them in like I haven't gotten a lot of items, so I think I got them on like a shield that I think Cliff has for some reason.
Okay, yeah, because I don't remember how they work, and so they're introduced in. I'm pretty sure they might be in other games, but they're in Shadows of Valentia. They cost HP to use in Shadows of Valentia.
Oh yeah.
They eventually change and become in Three Houses they use weapon durability instead, so your weapons break quicker if you use them, but they're not. I think they're tied to items but once you use the item enough, it permanently gets added to the character in Shadows of Valentia. But in Three Houses, it's tied to character skill stats. And so, like, as you level up axes, you get axe skills, things like that. And they're not tied to the item you use.
Another thing I did want to go over was what I made my first group of ding-dongs class into, because I thought it might make for an interesting conversation, since I'm pretty sure we both ended up doing this. And I think that when we were discussing this off camera, you said that they kind of have different stat baselines, and based on that and their personality, you can kind of tell which class you should squish them into, because they don't make it obvious, but they kind of lean you towards particular things.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think the easiest one was Tobin, I believe, because the first thing he says when he decides to join the Deliverance is like, "Oh my god, we get paid to do this." It's like, "Oh my god, I can send money back to my family," and it's like, "Okay, then I guess you're the merc now." Congratulations, Tobin. You're the mercenary.
So yeah, and everybody has different stats. So his base stats, let me look here. So his base stats for Tobin, his base stats are 22 HP, 7 attack, 2 skill, 6 speed, 4 luck, 3 defense, 4 resistance, 4 movements. His gross stats are every single time he levels up, he has a 4% chance of going down, 40% chance of getting a level up in HP, a 30% chance of getting one in an attack, a 50% chance of getting one in skill, a 25% chance of getting one in speed, 30% luck, 30% defense, and 0% resistance.
That definitely sounds like a thief. Or I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to check here. Well, a thief's gonna want high skill, I think, and high speed.
So I made Tobin into a mercenary for I think obvious reasons. I put Gray to become a cavalier because honestly I always need a cavalier, and Gray seemed to be not really the backbone, but oddly Lucas should have been the backbone, but he's kind of turned into like a mid-tier team member at this point. He's just not that good for whatever reason. Faye is the last one I classed up for, again, obvious reasons, but I can't remember if I'm pretty sure Pegasus Knight wasn't even on the table, so that's probably not it. Because I think she was up...
kind of the healer to start.
I think she was up for either cleric or mage, but the problem with her was that at that point when I classed her up, I had Silk on the team, so I didn't need another cleric. So I cannot remember what I made Faye because I just don't give that much of a fuck about her. She's a terrible fucking unit. Cliff I turn into a mage because he's the bookish guy.
Yeah, Cliff is definitely designed to go down. He's supposed to be your mage, or your first mage at the very least.
Besides Faye, I feel like I'm missing somebody on the team of dinguses.
You would have had Faye, Cliff, Gray, Tobin, and Faye would have been your first ones. You would have very quickly got Lucas.
Right now, I don't think he can class into
like
anything.
The fortress. He goes down like the full. Yeah, I think he starts as a higher class already.
Yeah, which is why I thought he was gonna be. Which is why I thought he was gonna be good. But he started off at like level 1, and by like the time that he got up to like level 3, Gray was up to like level 5 or 6. I was like, why the fuck are you falling behind so badly, Lucas? You're supposed to be the good person.
Partially because Lucas is kind of one of those tanky units, so he has low speed, which makes killing things sometimes really difficult.
Yeah, which is why usually my Cavaliers were the stars of all my teams, because they're very fast. Because they're on a horse.
No, I don't think clerics have high speeds, or I don't think most of the mountain units have good high speed stats. So movement is separate from speed. Movement is how you can move across, how far you can move across the map. Speed determines whether or not you get to make 2 attacks. Speed determines whether or not you get to make 2 attacks.
Not crits, the double attacking thing.
Yeah.
I suppose the only other thing I wanted to do with the topic was
calculates a void.
What?
The thief classes typically have really high speed. Speed also helps you calculate a void. So whether or not you dodge attacks.
Yep. I know what avoiding means. You avoid the things.
So things with high speed tends to be like Pegasus Knight, Mirrodin, Thief.
I do love a good Mirrodin when I can get one, but the problem is that getting a good one is kind of hard, because if you play your cards right in the earlier game, I want to say Sacred Stones. Who was that? Because the Mirrodin, I don't know if it classes into Assassin or it's like the pairing to Assassin, but if you can get up to that Assassin one, get him on the fucking Killing Edge, and it's like it can become one of your most ridiculous units, because that
Killing Edge is like typically one of the best weapons because you get high cred and then you pair it with something with high speed and high.
I'm trying to remember that
skill. I think skill is what determines crits.
I'm trying to remember that frickin'
Yes.
assassin guy that
Skill.
you recruit out of the evil team of that game, because you get him immediately at assassin, and he's got base good, like, amazing stats, because I think you get him like after the halfway point of the game, and it's just like, that's kind of why I'm interested in getting Muradins, is because of that guy, because if you can get there, they are such a ridiculously good unit. Just the problem is they're kind of squishy.
Yeah. So, I don't even know if Mirrodins are what are the classes in Shadows of Valentia? Because every Fire Emblem game has different classes.
Well, while you're doing the research, I'm gonna go get another drink quick, because I'm thirsty. Ugh.
Okay, so Mercenary turns into Mirrodin. Mirrodin turns into Dread Fighter. I'm looking at the order of stuff. Soldier becomes Knight.
What the fuck is a
Baron.
What the fuck is a Dread Knight?
Dread Fighter. So for Shadows of Valentia, it looks like most of the classes go up 3. So like there's a base and then it moves up. And so like at the start of the game, you would have had villagers, would have been like your starting units, and then the villagers, depending on their gender, could go down certain paths. And then so it goes Mercenary, Mirrodin, Dread Fighter, Soldier, Knight, Baron, and yeah, which are your like heavy armored units.
Yeah, they're the paladin hero types that they probably should have just kept the names.
Well, paladins in Fire Emblem are mounted units. They're on horses.
Yep, they're... I think the good thing about Sacred Stones was I finally realized that I should have been, like, splitting my experience, and plus Sacred Stones is finally the start of the game where Fire Emblem starts giving you grinding options.
Mm.
So I split my experience, and I didn't really steamroll the game, because you can't really steamroll through an end game of Fire Emblem because of how it's designed usually. But I had a way better time with the end game on that one, just because, like, my team was a lot more consistently good than Blazing Blade, which was so bad that the end game they basically had to give me the best sage in the universe to just beat the final boss with how ridiculous it was.
Yeah,
that wasn't fun.
Let's see here. Cavalier turns into Paladin. Pegasus Knight turns into Falcon Knight in this game.
No Wyvern Riders.
No, there are no Wyvern Riders in.
Where are my Draco boys? Well, Draco girls. I did tell you the story about how I battled Blazing Blade for like an hour straight trying to get one of those Dragon Knight riders, just because she kept killing everyone I sent around her. So I had to like meticulously plan every move and hope for the fucking luck engine to finally win out. It was insanely ridiculous, and I still appreciate that I did it, because she was a very good unit for probably the mid game.
Yeah. I was gonna say Pegasus Knights are my favorite units in Fire Emblem.
I have no idea why. They are such a liability.
They're a baby early on, absolute murders shortly thereafter.
Quote unquote shortly.
Doesn't take that long for me.
Well, good for you. All my Pegasus Knights died. Because they deserved it.
But yeah, so
God, I could
Claire
never
was
have
one
that
of
on my
my
team.
strongest units on the one side, and then if you play your cards right, you end up with 3 Pegasus Knights on Celica's side.
Yeah, I usually get the team of 3 because, for whatever reason, Nintendo games always have these formulas that they follow.
Yes. And in Shadows of Valentia, it's the same 3. Like you'll know the 3, like assuming you played the very first one, right?
Yeah,
Or
but
well, you played Shadow Dragon, right?
the
Do you
frickin'
remember the 3 Pegasus sisters?
no, that's the
There.
problem. The Pegasus Knights were
Yeah.
so bad, I never fucking remembered them.
Well, there's these 3 sisters that are Pegasus Knights, and they show up again in Shadows of Valentia.
How do they show up
And
on
they-
a different continent?
Well, see, they have these horses that can fly.
Oh, they can fly across the entire ocean, huh?
Well, there's also things called boats, but yeah, they came to the continent for some reason. I don't remember
fuck
why,
that
but it's the
boat.
it's literally the 3 same ones from Shadow Dragon. And they actually have this really cool, unique skill art, or combat art in Shadows of Valentia, where if you put them in a triangle around a unit, they do a triple attack where all 3 of them attack at once in this really cool cinematic move.
Yeah, they definitely went all out with the animation, so I'd believe it.
Yeah.
If I ever,
So if you really like Wyvern Knights, 3 Houses will be a game you like, because Wyvern Knights are fairly strong in 3 Houses. They are a pretty strong class.
yeah, I don't know. I think it's probably just people think dragons are cool. It's probably the only reason. Because I ranked up. I think I actually ranked up a Pegasus Knight somehow in Sacred Stones, probably just because the grinding made it easy to do. And I think I ranked up the Pegasus Knight into a Wyvern Rider. I don't know how, but I think that's how it happened.
Depends on the game. All the classes and branch differently depending on the games.
I mean, the problem with that was that I got her up to a master rank, but geez, she was like she ended up being a mid tier at best unit, and I guess I was kind of disappointed because she kept getting killed kind of too easily.
Gotcha. And I mean, some of that can depend on like when you level, because like I don't know based on the ones you've played how the scaling and all that works, but like in the later games, it can be important to not upgrade a unit the second you can, because they only get so many levels, and like you want those level ups. And then sometimes in Fire Emblems, a unit can literally just be shafted because of skill. Like every time they level up, they have those % chances of their stat going up, and if you just roll shit too many times, the unit doesn't get stat ups it should have and becomes really weak. So that's always the chance, is that you get bad rolls when you level up, because when you level up, whether or not your stat goes up is a % chance.
I did find
the unit.
I did find it hilarious that in the first mission, because I think you have to play it very specifically. I ended up getting 2 of my children killed by the enemies. So if I was playing legit, I would have just been out 2 characters immediately.
Yeah, I don't remember. As I said, part of my plan is to try to catch up, like restart Shadows of Valentia over Christmas and try to catch up to you best I can, so that I can actively talk about the story. Because this is a game that once you hit a certain place in the story, I'm gonna tell you to shut up if I don't know, if I'm not at that part yet.
Well, that's fine. I mean,
So
we did the same thing
right now. If you get to the point where you recruit Delphia on Alm's side, you're not allowed to talk about anything in that path, because I'm not certain I went down any amount of Celicas on that when you get to that point.
Oops, I forgot to recruit Dophilica. I guess I'll just keep talking about the game.
Well, that actually is kind of a possibility, so shut up.
I've foiled your logic for the first time.
Because what ends up happening is you meet a different unit first, and that unit kind of tells you to go get Delethea, and then you have to go get Delethea. But I think it's optional technically to get Delethea.
I mean, I'm in it for the long haul. I don't know how much of the DLC I'm going to play because there's a lot. There's a lot of it, but it doesn't seem to. Most of it doesn't seem to be story important.
Gotcha.
I think the last pack had like 6 missions that were like a story thing, but it seems like the other packs are more like, from how I was reading it, it seemed more like, hey, here's a mission. If you complete it, you can get this. You can get this unit or this reward.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I know in Awakening, if you end up doing the DLC to Awakening, a lot of it will give you like units from past games. So you'll get like Marth and like Roy and stuff.
Who wouldn't
And
want
so
Marth, the wet blanket of the series?
and so like you end up with this really weird thing, and then like I know there's 2 classes that in Awakening that are entirely, you can only get them if you have DLC. One's a male only class and one's a female only class.
There is a plot twist that happens towards the end of Blazing Blade that I wouldn't want to spoil just because it's so dumb. Because it's like,
Gotcha.
they tried to do an emotional moment, but they completely ham-fisted it.
Sure.
And then it's
Yeah,
like,
I actually was liking the story to
I was
Echoes.
like, really? You're really gonna do it like that, huh, game? Are you serious?
Gotcha. But yeah, I was actually liking the story of Echoes from what I had played. I really like both Alm and Silica as my protagonists. I like how there's like a tragic Romeo and Juliet vibe going on.
I mean, I guess. I think right now she's just like, I think right now they have definitely heavily implied that she's the last of the royal line, so she's constantly just being hunted by assassins. And that's why she had to be.
You haven't played as her yet, you said, so.
No, not really, no. I
Yeah,
couldn't even
so
say technically.
Yeah,
But
because
it seems like they've all but said it at this point that that's the case.
right. But yeah, so because I'm pretty sure where you're at in the story is like you essentially got through like the first tutorial of like teaching you how to play the game, and then that gets Alm to the castle.
Essentially.
And then once Alm's at the castle, the game says, okay, now you have to go play as Silica. And then what you do is you have to get Silica to the castle, and then you hit that first moment where the 2 stories come together, and then the 2 stories split again. And then when you get to that part, it becomes you can play whatever one you want in whatever order. So if you want to alternate missions, you can. If you want to just do all of Alm and then do all of Silica, or all of Silica then all of Alm, or if you want to do like 2 of Alm and then 1 of Silica, or 3 of Silica, you can essentially just like pick up which one you want to do at whatever time and move forward. But eventually you hit another point in the story, like the castle, where it's like, okay, and now Alm's done until Silica gets here, right? And so like, what happened is I think I was at the second. I just had gotten done with the second one of those, and I had just begun doing Alm's side of the what happens after the second part where the stories come together. Which the first one's the castle, if you haven't figured out by the fact that you can't play Alm anymore.
Okay. Well, I did just want to say for a final joke that considering how great Intelligent is at finding voice talent, it seems like they should probably start, tutoring the guys over at Game Freak to do the same, because it seems like they have problems in managing that. And considering they keep casting their characters as singers and musical artists, they should probably have that talent by now. Like, it's such a night and day difference between the franchises that they can find probably the best quality in the business, and Pokemon can't even fucking get started on it.
Yeah, I was gonna say Pokemon doesn't have any voice acting really.
Yeah, it's just like, it's probably some of the best voice acting I've ever heard. I was pretty blown away by the performances, even outside of Goofy Lucas. Everyone's doing like almost grade A work.
Yeah. That's pretty standard, like from what I remember of the voice acting in Shadows of Valentia. And now, given I don't really pay that close attention, like if voice acting's bad, I notice it, but when it's good, I typically don't notice because it's just there to me. So like, across the series, like it's all the same in my mind, from Shadows of Valentia to, Awakening to um what I've played of Fates, and then like Three Houses. Now, given I've never finished a Fire Emblem game, but I've gotten pretty far in Awakening. I've gotten ludicrously close to the end of one of the routes in Three Houses. And then I'm currently playing Three Houses again.
You're gonna get a whole 60% of the way through this time.
Yeah, we'll see how far I end up getting. But yeah. I was gonna say, I'm excited to wait. The ones I'm particularly excited to hear you play the most is definitely going to be Awakening and Three Houses. Those are my favorites of the two of them, but I do really like specifically Celica and Ulm of Shadows of Valentia. The thing that bothers me with Shadows of Valentia is that, like, there's not a lot of support conversations, and like you can tell that, there's certain elements with the characters that like don't make them as like fun, I guess, as like the characters from
they're not as
Awakening and Three Houses and stuff like that. There isn't as much of that wacky characterization and like uniqueness, and like part of that's because like this is a game this was the second game in the series, and this is just like a slightly enhanced version of it. So like Shadows of Valentia took, like, it had to while it definitely upped it from what it was when it was the original second game, and the characters are probably more fleshed out in this game, and like the support conversations are all new to this game and stuff. It still like was restricted to that.
It's pretty stoic, pretty just baseline early days stuff.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird to say because it still has like really quality dialogue and pretty good interactions. Like I said, it doesn't have a really decent plot. It's pretty standard, but like
I was gonna say, where you're at, the plot's it hasn't really gotten going yet.
Well, I mean, it's like, yeah, but I mean, you could have a more unique starting point than, guy wants to join the army and take back a castle.
Yeah, which is that's Ulm's first thing.
And then Celica's just gonna be like, I mean, I would guess from how the story's titled, she's just gonna go grab a bunch of people that she knows, and we're like, okay, we're gonna go journey on to the castle or whatever place she actually wants to go to, and I mean, it's called the pilgrimage.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's on a pilgrimage of some kind, but I just don't remember what the details are.
And I haven't started, so I guess I'm not gonna know. She's just like, hey, I gotta go because I know I have to. And I have to go right now, this second. Dad. And their dad's just cool with it. But the last thing I actually wanted to use, this situation to get into another topic I wrote down, because like I said, I'm playing this on a 3DS emulator, and I watched a video recently of someone trying to do emulators on the Steam Deck, and it seemed to be running all right. So I was actually considering testing them out, and I was wondering if what your thoughts were about like the ethics of emulating games that are newer, because it seems like they actually managed to figure out Wii U and actually Switch emulation by this time.
I don't know. I guess my opinion is mostly like you should try to support the official release, especially if you like it. But I'm not gonna be the one that's gonna force someone not to, and I'm not gonna stop people from emulating personally. So I guess that's my.
Because like I was thinking about it, and I was like, should we really be buying the games? And obviously your knee-jerk reaction is gonna be yes, you should. But I mean, if the money's just gonna be dumped into a big corporation, I mean, do we really have to do the ethical thing and pay up the money when we have a free option available to us?
Well, so you gotta remember that, like, well, to some aspect, the money is going to, like, the corporation. There are still people, like, that aren't, like, the big profiters that are still part of these things, right? You still have your designers, your programmers, like, these people who are literally just working their job and getting a salary, and, like, they need to eat. So, like, if everybody would not be buying the game, like, then those people are essentially going without pay, or their pay could get cut, because let's be real, corporations are going to try to cut shit like that before they cut into their profit margins.
I guess the
um
I guess the issue I have with that argument, and pundits have said the same thing, is that the money isn't going to be going directly to the developers when people say that they support game X because they want to make sure that the company doesn't go under for the developer's sake.
I'm aware that it's not going directly to them, but some of it's going to be going to them eventually, right? Like, the company is going to need money. So in my opinion, the like I understand it as like a, hey, I'm not sure if I'm gonna like this game, so let me essentially demo it by doing this. But I do think if you end up liking the game and like you heavily enjoy it, you should probably support the official release of it. One, because it tells the company that you liked this and that they will make more of it because of it. A lot of the times, not always, but a lot of the times, like, if you support it with your dollar, it's essentially, it shows that company that, hey, people like this game, and we should make a sequel and things like that. But two, then you're also making sure that you're rewarding someone for the art they made. And yeah, so like, I'm not, as I said, I'm not gonna stop anybody who does it. I'm not gonna sit and I'm not gonna berate them for doing it. I'm just gonna state, when asked what my opinion is, I think you should try to support the official release, especially if you like it. You don't have to, I think the concept of why a lot of people tend to pirate stuff is because they're not sure whether or not they're going to like it, and they want essentially an extended demo. Or like, they're one of those people who has to play every game even if they're not going to like it, in which case they're, in my opinion, wasting their time. Like, if you don't like a game, stop playing it.
I wouldn't necessarily call it a waste of time, because if you have a bad experience, at least it's fun to laugh at.
I mean, I guess, but it depends. I feel like there's a certain level where that the struggle and the pain and the I'm not enjoying this aspect outweighs the getting to laugh at it after the fact. Because like, if you're literally playing a game and it's unenjoyable and you're cussing and swearing and you're getting ready to throw your controller at a wall, like, sure, like 2 months from now when you stop playing the game, it might be fun to laugh at that. But at the same time, like, you can just laugh at the fact that the game's bad and like set the game down and not go back. Like, and so like, I get when you spend money on a game and that ends up being your experience, then like, yeah, it feels kind of shitty that you spent money. But I feel like, essentially, if you're downloading a game on an emulator because you want to see whether or not you like it, and you do end up really liking it, I say you should try to support the official release. Partially because you're showing the company that this is the kind of thing you want them to be making, and also because you're supporting the people who created the art.
I guess I probably should bottom line my opinion on this for anyone who cares, is that even as I've always considered this, even back before, I actually never thought that emulation was going to catch up this fast to the current stuff, because apparently, like I said, Switch emulation is actually kind of solid at this point. I never thought that was going to happen.
So let's just point something out here, which is why I think I never thought emulation was going to catch up this fast is a little redundant, or not important. Is the fact that like, emulation I didn't think was going to catch up this fast, but also at the same time, piracy is still a thing. You can pirate a game.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know. It seems like
If a game's on PC
it seems like getting pirated copies it seems a lot harder than getting ROMs, which
It is, but if you want it for free, my point is there are people who are still getting modern games for free
yeah.
without it being needed to be emulating. And
Well,
so like what I'm saying goes for both piracy and emulating. Like I see it as when it comes to something that's brands making new, I see it as the same thing. Like if you're emulating a game that literally came out like 3 months ago or like a year or two ago on Switch, like it's basically the same thing to me as piracy.
yeah, and that's what I was trying to get to was like I've always this is the Switch one is the thorniest for me, is that because it's still on the market. Like everything else, I think you could make a case for it if it's off market. Like if it's completely off of its shelf life at that point, because I don't see a problem with the Wii U one personally, to the point not with the Switch one, but the Switch one is definitely the questionable one for me, is because like it's still on the market, you can still easily buy it, so there isn't that much of a good reason to do it when the option is easily still available.
Because like a lot of the Wii U games have been ported to Switch, so there's an argument to be made that if you can emulate it on the Wii U, you can buy it for the Switch. And typically the Switch version is going to be better. So like,
yeah, you're probably right, but the problem with that is that's definitely more likely in this case, but it's still not guaranteed.
No, that would be a case by case thing. But as I said, my opinion, whether even it is pirating a Switch game or emulating a Switch game or pirating even like a PlayStation 5 game, or just a PC game, it's all the same thing to me. If you like it, you should be supporting the official art, and so you should support the official release. That way, one, you're showing, as I said, creators that you like it, and two, that you're supporting the people who made it, and rewarding their efforts. And then otherwise, like, I don't know. I think most people don't pirate games or emulate newer stuff. I think a lot of times the people who do it either are strapped for money, are just kind of, but some of them are probably just dickbags who like absolutely refuse to pay $1 for anything and they can get for free, meaning they literally will pirate any game or movie they can. And some of them are unsure whether or not they'll like it, and so they're hesitant to spend that $1.
I will definitely remind people, if you don't know about emulation, is that on some level there is somewhere that it is a consumer right thing for you to have the ability to emulate a game onto other platforms if you do own a legit copy of it for...
Oh, yeah. If you own a legit copy of it and you're emulating it, I don't give a shit. Like, go for it, dude.
Yeah, but then people...
By all means, 100%.
Yeah, but those people are out there who just don't get this, and they equate all emulation with piracy like Nintendo does, and they think that it's evil because corporate propaganda from Nintendo, and it's like, no, you legit probably have a right to do that. Like, you can take your games and put them on other platforms via community made methods because you own the game. That's something you can do with it.
Yeah, no, if you own a copy of it and you're emulating it, like, more power to you. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, that is like 100% like, yeah, sure. You want, like, typically, like, I've done that with like certain games on like the DS and stuff that I own. And the reason I do it is because like I want to replay through this game that I really enjoyed, that I own. I don't want to have the like slowness of certain parts of it. So I always want that fast forward feature, like where you can hold down a button and move faster. Especially with Pokemon games, man, is it like fun to play through old Pokemon games where I can sit down and beat the entire Pokemon game in a very short amount of time, because I can fast forward through a lot of like the movement.
I can move at 5,000% speed. You can't stop me now, champion. I don't know, Cynthia.
When I emulate Pokemon color games on my computer, that is like not even that's like I literally hit the speed up button, I hit the next wall. Like I move in a straight line until I hit a wall. That's literally what like, and I don't see the movement. It's just all of a sudden, boom, my character's up against whatever wall. Like it speeds it up that much. So like, yes, the last time I played through Pokemon Crystal, it literally was like I essentially bumped into walls until I won. Cause like I couldn't see where I was going. So like would I overshoot doors and stuff? Oh yeah, all the time. But like I eventually would, line it up and then hit the speed up button to get through the doors. But yeah, I literally would run through whole towns without actively seeing the town.
Oh, wow.
Because from this door to the door on the other side of the town, it's a straight line with no obstacles. So if I hold down this button, I go from this route all the way to this route, and I didn't see the town I had to go through between the two because there's literally no obstacle I could collide with.
So, you've gained the power of godly speed, and you cannot handle it.
Essentially, yeah. Essentially, how when I played Pokemon Crystal on emulator, it was I hit a button and my character teleports to the nearest like wall in a direction of my choosing, and like I can't see what happened between it unless it's like a really far distance. Then I see some of it.
So I did have one more topic since I think we kind of talked about Simu and Zimu already. We kind of got to the conclusion of that. But I don't know how much meat's gonna be on it because I honestly didn't look into this topic. But I did want to write it down because it seemed like it was a bigger story going on, and that was the Smash Brothers tournament shutdown thing.
I don't know too much about this. Like I heard something about it, but I don't know what happened.
I think right now they're currently at the backlash stage because one of my subscribed pundits put out an actually insanely long news video about it, and that's the reason why I didn't watch it, is because like that video for his news story is like 40 minutes long, which is very unusual.
Gotcha.
And it's I think at this point the community is backlashing against Nintendo for doing a complete shutdown of one of their Smash tournaments. Which, I mean, I don't think this is the first time they've done it. And it's usually been complete. I would assume it's probably going to continue to be complete bullshit that Nintendo's pulling this shit on their fans and just shutting down their antics. Cause I don't know what's up with them. Like, it just seems like they thoroughly do not understand how to foster a community around their games. And I get that the baseline reason might be that they don't agree with the way they're doing it, but I would assume if they had savvier marketers looking at this, I would assume that they, as long as it's not illegal, why do you care so much? Even if it is illegal, why do you care? This is bringing in tons of people to playing your games. Like, make use of it.
Right.
They're literally organizing themselves around your game without you doing anything. With you actively harming what they're doing, and they're still organizing around your games.
Right. Yeah, I don't know the full story of this, because one of the things I've heard about this is like apparently one of the organizers of the tournament were also involved in why it got shut down, and I don't know why or what. So like I literally can't say more beyond that, other than like I heard something about there's an organizer, and that's because like Maximilian Dude, who I followed, I think very briefly like talked about it one evening, like very very briefly, because he doesn't play Smash that way, and like essentially the joke that like I think it was like on the night of the Game Awards, like while like in the 5 minutes before the Game Awards started, like someone happened to ask him in the chat about it, and like him and his friends kind of talked about it for like that 5 minutes, and like essentially it just kind of very quickly just became the joke of like, yeah, just just play Smash casually, because like Maximilian Dude and his friends, while being like huge fighting game players and like competitive fighting game players, they don't play Smash competitively. They play Smash like casually with items on and stuff. So like they just kind of made it the joke of like, that's what, like we don't really know. Like part of it was them just admitting that they don't know a lot about it because they don't follow competitive Smash. but then like part of it was just them joking that like, yeah, clearly this is like, you just have to play it casually. Come on now, just play it like a like, they don't actually mean that. Like by all means, they want these people to have their competitive forum. But yeah, so I don't know too much about it. I just heard that they're apparently one of the organizers might have also been part of the reason why it got shut down. I don't know. I have to look more into it. I
Well,
don't follow competitive Smash. I agree that Nintendo has an issue with it. I think Nintendo should be more like Capcom, because like Capcom, we literally have Capcom Cup. Like if I want to go watch competitive Street Fighter, I can go watch like fan created like tournaments and organizations like Evo and those tournaments and stuff. And I mean Evo is still like one of the biggest tournaments of the year for fighting games. But at the end of the day, I can also watch Capcom Cup, which is like literally Capcom got together and was like, yeah, come play our game just like you do everywhere else, and like we'll have these tournaments and we'll give the winner like $1 million fucking dollars or whatever amount of money Capcom Cup is. I actually have no idea. It's a shit ton. Like you can live your entire year if you win Capcom Cup. Like you make a year's salary by winning Capcom Cup. It might be the biggest prize pool. It's just the prize pool that's going to take you the longest to get to, because like Evo, if you win Evo, you won that over the course of a weekend. If you won Capcom Cup, you won it over the course of like a year.
oh, so it's actually a year's salary for a year's work.
Kind of like you have to qualify, but like once you qualify, you're essentially just waiting, because it's a world Capcom Cup is a worldwide tournament, and so essentially every 2 weeks Capcom is in a different area of the world, or
They don't.
if it's on like they're in a different area of the world doing a qualification tournament, and like every region of the world gets a couple different qualification tournaments. So like if you're from that region, if if you say you're in the United States, which I think the North America has, I think, 2 different regions in it in Capcom Cup. I want to say there's West and East. There might be a mid too. There might be 3 for North America. But essentially, the world's split into different regions for Capcom Cup. They go to all the regions a certain number of times. Like I want to say 2 times each. Each time it's in that region, there's a tournament. You have to get to the only parts you get to watch as like a viewer if you're on like Twitch is you watch top 16 and then top 8 over the course of that weekend. But the tournament is much larger than that before you get to that top 16 and that top 8. And so like they'll get so you essentially that weekend you have to compete in that tournament, which has like a shit ton of people in it. You have to get to top 16. Then you have to play in top 16 when there's an audience watching you. And you have all that pressure. And then you have to get to top 8. And then you have to win the double elimination tournament in top 8. So once you beat the double elimination and you're a winner, you now qualified for Capcom Cup. See you at the end of the year. Like that's essentially what happens. So it's not like a year's of work. You just have to. But like, let's say I lost the first tournament. Let's say I got like 3rd place in the North America East tournament, right? I live in New York. And I got 3rd place. Well, now what I'm doing is I'm training. I mean, even if you won, you're going to be training, but you're going to be playing, and sharpening your Street Fighter skills so that when it comes around next time, you can fight again, and hopefully you get the 1st place this time and qualify for Capcom Cup. And then you'll be going to Capcom Cup, which is like a 32-man tournament or something, where all of it is televised. Well, not televised, but like it's all live streamed, and like you're against the best players from all around the world. And so you have to win your qualification tournament. You have to train so that you don't dull between then and Capcom Cup. And then in Capcom Cup, you literally have to fight against everybody else who's the best in the world. And yeah, I forget all the different prize pools and how much money you can win in total, but like the grand prize is like $1 million or some shit. Like you're good. Like you made a good shit ton of money. And I know with tournaments like Evo, I want to say that the grand prize at Evo is like maybe 100 No, it can't be 100,000 for Evo. That seems way too high for me. Hold on. Evo grand prize total.
Nintendo didn't want to plan 7 tournaments across the world. They're too lazy.
Okay, so
You organize it, fan base. And they do. And that's the great part. Is that they will revolt every single time Nintendo tries to crack down on them. Nintendo says fuck you, and they said, well, fuck you right back.
okay, so let's see here. Evo 2022 Street Fighter's prize pool is made up of $10 per player. So Evo, as many people as want can enter, and they'll make it work. I'm pretty sure. So let's see. This past year, it looks like okay, so this last year for Street Fighter V, 1,324 participants participated in Street Fighter V's tournament. It was the second largest tournament, which is crazy because normally it's the largest tournament, but it was the second largest tournament for Evo. The prize pool was made of $10 per player. First place got 42% of the prize pool. So $10 times 1,324.
So yeah, around $4,500.
Yeah, okay, that sounds more right. And then
that's pretty. I guess
for one weekend though. That sounds about right.
That's a lot of fights you're gonna have to go through.
Well, you're not fighting all 1,324 people.
Well, yeah, but was it like 20 fights to get to the top?
It's double elimination, so everybody has to lose twice to be knocked out of the tournament. The best spot to be in is winner's side by the final round, because in a double elimination tournament, the very final match, one person will already have lost one time and one person will have not lost at all. And so you have to, if you're on that losing side, you have to beat the other person back to back in order to take the tournament, while that person only needs to beat you once to win the tournament. But yeah, so that's according to esportsearnings.com for Evo 2022. I swear it's larger than that though. Yeah.
So
it looks like Bandai Namco games might pay more just because like Tekken 7, the prize pool is apparently $10 per player plus a 5,000 pot bonus from Bandai Namco. Like Bandai Namco, the company, throws in $5,000 extra.
Well, we'll definitely get back to that Smash Brothers thing next when we start Parasite Eve 2, but yeah, it's kind of, I mean, we could keep talking about prize pools. It's just that that was my last topic idea.
Yeah. It looks like the most amount of money someone took home from Evo this past year was $9,063.60.
Woot! $9,000.
I mean, $9,000 for like a weekend. That's pretty cool.
$9,000. All you have to win is 25 fights.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what y'all won. Because he might have competed in multiple tournaments. Okay, so it looks like he got first place in Guilty Gear Strive, which was the game that had the highest number of players.
Really? I didn't think Guilty Gear was that big of a profile.
It didn't in past years, but Strive really blew up during the quarantine. I'm expecting Street Fighter 6 to be the big game come this next Evo though, just because it'll be newer. It'll be just come out a couple months ago by the time, because Evo's in August normally, and Street Fighter comes out in June, so like everybody will have 2 months to have played it. And Strive was kind of the newest game out of the games that were one of the newest games out, I should say, of all the games that were at EVO this past year. Because EVO this past year was Street Fighter 5, Guilty Gear Strive, Mortal Kombat 11, Tekken 7, King of Fighters 15, which I think by release date would have been the newest one. Melty Blood.
Melty Blood is
Dragon
still
Ball...
in the. Melty Blood is still in the. Or is Melty Blood the name of the series?
Melty Blood is the name of the series.
Oh yeah, now I remember.
Melty Blood plus Lumina is the most current Melty Blood.
Because I think the last time I heard about the series was like current cross blood cross current code.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know anything about the Melty Blood games. I'm not interested a lot of the times in like the overly anime fighting games, like Melty Blood and Grand Blue Fantasy and like some of those. Like I don't know, there's some that are just like too anime-y. I like Guilty Gear to a point, but like I'm never gonna like dedicate as much time to Guilty Gear as I am gonna to Street Fighter and stuff. My favorite ones are Street Fighter and King of Fighters, which I mean they're like gameplay wise they're not quite similar, but like they're very similar aesthetically.
They're quote unquote realistic question mark?
They're like the hybrid anime to realistic at certain points. Like it depends on like when you look at them throughout their history, because like Street Fighter definitely was more anime-y at certain times, but like they're a bit of that hybrid of it. They're like not as anime-y, at least to me. I'm sure other people would argue to death with me about it. But like I don't know, my favorite fighting games, specifically my top two favorite are Street Fighter and King of Fighters.
Well, if anyone ever wants to argue with you about Street Fighter, all you need to do is hold up a screenshot of the original game and they'll just melt into a puddle.
And then the ones that like after that is Tekken, if I could ever learn how to play Tekken. There's no way I'm ever going to be good at Tekken. And then I like Mortal Kombat to an extent. So like I know like I can, because I like fighting games, I can tell you the lore. I can rattle off the lore to Tekken, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, and King of Fighters. I can rattle off.
You can rattle them off in about 45 minutes.
Yeah, I can rattle off some of the story to Guilty Gear, and then I can't tell you shit about basically any other fighter. But yeah, they had, what was it? Street Fighter, Guilty Gear, Mortal Kombat, Tekken, King of Fighters, Melty Blood, Dragon Ball FighterZ, Z, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, Skullgirls, and Multiverses.
Oh, Multiverse. Well, I suppose at EVO it had enough of a profile to get a tournament.
Yeah, also Multiverses was like brand new at EVO this past year. Like it was very shortly after it had come out.
Yeah, but I'm still like sitting here like, did it really get that much of attention from people?
When it first launched, it did. It had a very large, like huge launch where like people were, because it was like a Smash clone, but it had like crazy, it had like Batman and stuff in it. So like, yeah, it got a lot of attention when it first dropped. It still has some pretty decent attention. I wouldn't be surprised if it becomes the thing. I wouldn't be surprised if it shows up again at EVO, just because like the runners of EVO are not going to have to worry about Nintendo when it comes to multiverses. So like they'll have a game that's similar to Smash and has that Smash feel without having to worry about Nintendo shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
But yeah, I don't. We'll have to wait a few months. I want to say come February normally. Maybe it's March. EVO typically announces its lineup. Its lineup this year is probably gonna be trying to think when we know some of the new fighting games that are on the horizon are coming out. It definitely will be Street Fighter 6 instead of Street Fighter 5. I don't think we'll have a Street Fighter 5 tournament at all. Strive will still be there for sure.
Sorry.
King of Fighters 15 will be there. I don't I'm trying to think. I don't know when Tekken 8 comes out because Tekken 8 got announced. So if Tekken 8's out, Tekken 8 will be there instead of Tekken 7. Otherwise, Tekken 7 will be there. And then the other ones are all kind of in the air because they don't pull the same numbers. Because like Skullgirls only had 295 participants. That's the lowest participated one. Most of them barely broke 500 at best. Or not even most of them. Most of them didn't make 500. Most of them barely broke like 400. Grand Blue Fantasy just barely broke 500. Dragon Ball FighterZ, because it has that Dragon Ball name to it, pulled 600, just over 600. And then the only ones that pulled the big numbers, which is over 1,000, were King of Fighters, Tekken 7, Guilty Gear, and Street Fighter. And I'm guessing this year Guilty Gear will pull a large number still. Street Fighter 6 will probably overtake Guilty Gear, but maybe not. We'll have to find out. Because Guilty Gear was solidly ahead of everybody. Because Street Fighter was the second biggest game at Evo, and that had 1,324. Guilty Gear was the biggest at Evo this past year with 2,158. So it had like almost 700 more people.
Yeah, that's a big old difference. Jeez, that's like 900 more people.
I mean, it's about 700, yeah. It's just over 700 because you're at 1,300. It just over 800. It looks like. But yeah, and then Tekken had 1,218, and King of Fighters had 1,009. My guess is King of Fighters numbers will go down. I don't think King of Fighters is gonna. Maybe King of Fighters will keep over 1,000, but I don't know if King of Fighters will keep over 1,000. Just because like the game will have new DLC characters by then, so maybe. Tekken 7 tends to be one of the biggest games. Tekken is always gonna be one of the biggest games. I wouldn't be surprised to find out. Assuming it's Tekken 7 again, I wouldn't be surprised to see it actually go up in numbers solely because people are preparing for Tekken 8. Street Fighter, I think, will probably be the highest game, unless it being too new on the market scares enough people away. Otherwise, Guilty Gear will probably. I want to say Guilty Gear's numbers might go down, but it'll stay pretty high. And then, yeah, Mortal Kombat 464, Melty Blood 411, Dragon Ball FighterZ 635, Grand Blue Fantasy 525, Skullgirls 295, Multiverses 422. So
Evo has lots of people to throw out of windows.
Yeah, I mean, now given some of these people in these tournaments are in other tournaments because you don't have to compete in just one tournament. In Evo, I think it's probably impossible to compete in every single one of them.
Oh yeah, why would you even want to?
Even if you could, it'll be like a super hectic, like mad. Like, because you're going to have to be running from room to room to, like, get to your matches.
Oh,
because,
there's some ridiculous asshole who's managed it.
Well, I do know, I know people like Justin Wong have talked and, like, on video and, like, in interviews and stuff where, like, they talk about the times when they were a competitor and, like, they had to run between, like, they were competing in, like, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, but then they were also competing in, and Street Fighter, and they were competing in like one other game, and they remember like they didn't really get to enjoy the weekend so much as it was like they had to be like working essentially, where they had to like run to everything. And so like now that they're most of their money comes from streaming and they're kind of more of a retired competitive person, there's it's more lax for them, and they can just compete in the tournaments they want to.
I used to do everything, now I'm just sitting back and doing only 5 games at a time.
Right. But then some of them also talk about how it gets a little bit more hectic though, because now that they're big name content creators, they're holding panels and things like that instead. So now they also have to run around, but instead of running around for like tournaments, they have to run around for like panels they're hosting or fan meetups they're doing and things like that. I know Maximilian Dude, I think for him it got busier once he stopped competing and became like a big named.
Well, I mean, considering the success that he managed to reach, I would imagine he's probably drowning in more work than he ever thought he was going to get.
I mean, yeah. If I go to Twitch right now, how many people are watching Maximilian Dude play Street Fighter right now? Because I guarantee you, right now he's playing Street Fighter.
How much?
He has 15,000 people right now watching him playing Street Fighter.
He's able to read comments at light speed.
Yeah, I literally do not understand how he manages to see people's comments.
He probably has people. He probably has a whole entire staff behind the scenes who reads the comments for him and feeds them through his fucking headset mic.
He's not wearing a headset, so no. But I do think his moderators in the chat like actually kind of keep an eye on things, and they'll like bring things to his attention that are maybe important to bring to his attention. And so I think what he does, I think he keeps an eye out for his moderators and what they say, and then like other than that, he'll catch things randomly.
His comments are churning through so fast he can't even see the racist ones.
Well, to an extent, yeah. But that's once again his moderators do a lot of the kicking people out and stuff like that when shit gets bad. I do know for a fact, like, if you donate money on a Maximilian Dude stream, you know how like streamers tend to give like everybody who donates money a shout out.
He probably can't.
I was gonna say you are not guaranteed a shout out. Like, you have to give very large amounts of money for him to actively make sure he says something. Because like just because you subscribed, he can't like there's people subscribing like every 4 seconds. Like I subscribed to him like a couple weeks ago because I have Prime, so you get like one free. If you have Amazon Prime, you get one free a month subscription on Twitch. So I just always do it to him. But like some of his buddies, right, like that he streams with on the weekends, like his friends, they have their own channels for the normal week, and like they only have like one of them streaming right now. He's streaming one of them is streaming Street Fighter 6 as well, so also doing stuff in the demo. He only has 104 people watching him. I've literally sat and had a conversation one-on-one with those guys because like they their chats don't move very quickly, so like you can if you're not being a bother and like you want to talk and they're willing to read it, you can talk. So like I literally when Animal Crossing came out, one of his friends, so Maximilian Dude on his channel was playing Doom Eternal, because Doom Eternal came out the same day Animal Crossing did. So Maximilian Dude's playing Doom Eternal and has like 100, like it's this absolute fuck ton of people watching him. And like one of his friends for the meme was playing Animal Crossing, but listening to Doom Eternal music while playing Animal Crossing. But he had never played an Animal Crossing game before, and I was bored that night, and I happened to like go watch him. And so I decided to subscribe to him for some time because I like all of those guys, because on the weekends they get together on Max's channel and they split the proceeds from those days up between them. But like I like them, so I was like, I won't be subscribed for them forever, but I'm willing to pay a couple months to them so that they to support them. And like so I subscribed that night, and then like he didn't know a lot about Animal Crossing, so like essentially I got to teach him Animal Crossing that night. So that was kind of cool. That's always neat when you like end up getting to talk to streamers and stuff.
I mean, the opportunity is always there, considering probably 95% of all streams probably have less than 10 viewers.
That's true. That's
if
true.
You ever want to talk to just some random asshole.
That's true, but yeah, I mean, it's always, in my opinion, it's always fun when it's like one of the streamers like you've watched for a while and you really like them, and you've never spoken to them before, and then like one day you just get the chance. It's because like some of the guys in Maximilian Dudes, the Yo Video Games crew, I've gotten to talk to them. I got to teach Kenny how some stuff with Animal Crossing once. There was one time when Simmons was talking about his trip to Japan with his chat, and I actively I actively just asked him some questions about like what you need to know in order to travel to Japan, because he was telling about he just got back from his trip, so most of what he was talking about was like what he did on his trip. But I was like, hey, how much English do you need to know to like get around in Japan and stuff, or like not how much English, how much Japanese do you need to know to like get around in Japan and stuff, and like or like how much does X thing cost, like for hotels and stuff. And he answered me. I was like, cool. Now, given that day, he had a good number of people trying to ask him questions, so like I wasn't holding a conversation with him like other days that I've had. But I don't know, it's always fun, I think. Also, what the hell? How does Justin Wong only have 42 people watching him right now? This dude has one Evo, for God's sake. Why does he only have 42 people watching him?
I don't know. Like I remember seeing.
It's whatever game he's playing. He's playing some game I've never heard of.
Really? No one's gonna.
Code Tourney. I have no idea what that is.
No one's gonna show up just because it's Mr. Wong, man.
I have no idea.
Still not gonna show up for him.
I find it crazy that only 42 people are watching Justin Wong.
Maybe
Literally,
he's
one Evo.
Maybe he's locked the audience number for the meme so that he always has 42 viewers.
Except now it's 43 because I clicked it.
Damn it! Damn it, Cheddar! You should have. You should have
Actually,
let it roll.
It's actually 68 now. It's actually 68 now. It updated.
What? How did his audience just clone itself
Started a little
twice?
bit ago. Maybe just started a little bit ago, and it'll grow.
Like
Like, I know just because you're like a big named competitive fighting game player, you don't necessarily have a lot. Because just because you're good at the game doesn't mean you're entertaining enough.
That's the magical thing you need to make it work on Twitch, is that you need to have the personality and the skills.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, when it comes to fighting games, I do know you can get a start by being good. Like if you place well in tournaments, that can be enough to like grow an audience.
Yeah, because people know who you are.
Yeah, and then from there you just have to get your entertaining going. But I think Justin Wong's entertaining, so like.
Yeah, it's just I never really been interested in Twitch at all as a thing. Like, I just don't really get much out of the participation angle.
That's fine. I mean, 9 times out of 10 I don't talk during streams. Like almost always I just almost always I just watch.
Which is definitely why it annoys me when streamers stop posting their clips on their YouTube channels. Cause that's how I catch a lot of streams, is that I like the really long gaming content that YouTube usually despises. I usually have to go looking for it.
I know on Twitch, and not every streamer is good at keeping it, but I know on Twitch, like, you can watch past broadcasts.
Yeah, that was the problem I was having with Twitch during the extremely brief time that I used it, was that Twitch doesn't save anything. Like, it'll just
actively
delete.
Choose to do it.
Yeah, it'll just self-delete. Like, the stuff that I put up was like self-delete like after a month.
Oh, okay. That's interesting, because there must be a way not to do that, because I know Maximilian Dude, like, a year or two ago, I watched his entire live stream of him playing, like, Devil May Cry 5 when it came out. For, like, a second time. Like, I watched it live, I think, when that game came out, but, like, I decided to go back and watch it, and it was still on his Twitch. So there must be some way you can do it, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter. We post to YouTube because Google apparently has infinite data available.
Yeah. I don't care where we live stream. I don't know. I just find that I don't really watch things live on YouTube.
I guess I just quote unquote care about the posterity.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah,
I don't think you're the only one too. I think some other YouTubers I watch that do live stuff have mentioned like 1 or 2 times that like part of the reason why they chose YouTube over Twitch is because like it's easier for them to save it to their YouTube channel, and they don't have to do clip stuff and things like that, and then
well,
some of it too is like, you know, all your stuff is in one place, like you're not split across stuff.
yeah, but I know people have probably argued for the correctness is that if you wanna make it work, you have to be at the place to be, and the place to be is Twitch because that's where the people are.
Yeah, because I think Potato Mist Whiskey, I don't think he has a Twitch. I think he's just on YouTube. He's a Civ player. He plays a lot of Civilization, but he doesn't live stream often. I don't think. I know he does. I just don't think it's often enough.
Well, since we're getting near to 1 a.m., do you have any final topics that you think we should go over?
No, I think I rambled on enough about random stuff.
Yeah, and I'm at the end of my list, so I guess I don't know. I like the time that I had with Parasite Eve. I think it has good spectacle. Square definitely had a good eye for its CG animation at the time for the PlayStation. I don't know where the hell the sequel is going because this series is already off the wall.
I'm also curious. No, like, not even because the series is off the wallness. I'm curious solely because, like, is the sequel going to acknowledge that ending scene, or is it gonna just not? Because, like, the ending scene made it seem like she's either going evil or, like, it's taking control or something. But, like, I don't know how she can be the player character of the next game if that's the case.
Well, they could decide to do the dumb thing and make the new protagonist somehow Maya, and they're gonna turn Aya into the villain, and we're gonna have to use her twin sister to fight her.
I already looked it up, and Aya is still our protagonist.
No, because that would have been really silly and really dumb. And I kind of would have appreciated the balls on Square for pulling off something like that. So, yeah, next week, we're going to be heading back to Danganronpa, another episode, I don't know, girly girl time. I don't remember what the subtitle was.
Ultra Despair Girls.
I don't know why I forgot that, because I swear I've heard that like 7 times before.
Which is also what most people refer to the game as. I'm pretty sure they refer to it as Ultra Despair Girls.
Why the hell would you want to call it Danganronpa another episode something?
No, you don't call it by the whole thing. You just call it Ultra Despair Girls or Danganronpa Ultra Despair Girls.
And so let's.
In fact, on the actual title image, Ultra Despair Girls is the bigger of all the words.
So another episode is actually the subtitle.
Yeah. So when the game is written out, it's written out as Danganronpa another episode Ultra Despair Girls, but like the image, like the title card image, says Ultra Despair Girls Danganronpa another episode.
So we're gonna be tackling that again next week. I think we're gonna be trying to get across that bridge after we solve the hell puzzle is where we are.
Yeah, something like that.
And the week after, we're going to be diving into Parasite Eve 2, and maybe it'll be another 3-parter. I'm actually very surprised that it only took us 3 times to get through this game.
Hey.
So yeah, thanks for joining us, and enjoy another stream we put up for posterity.